हाँ हाँ। Hello, 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 hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, tea is being served outside, so please enjoy your tea while we wait to start the ceremony officially. Thank you.
The new 𝗧𝗵𝗲 is here. In 3 nicotine strengths. With 𝗥𝗲.
Assalamu alaikum and a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you to kindly be seated as we are now about to begin the program. May I also request our organizers and our ushers to kindly request our dear delegates who are enjoying a nice cup of tea outside to please head back and take their seats as we are now about to begin. मैं कुछ इसी तरह announcements कर रही हूँ. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual Microfinance Conference, which is the AMC 9. May I request you all to kindly be seated as we're about to begin our program. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Pakistan Microfinance Network. May I request you all to kindly be seated as we are now about to begin our program. Acha. While I'm talking, I'm pretending to talk. Ladies and gentlemen, this is day one. We'll soon be inaugurating. Ladies and gentlemen, this is day one. We'll soon be inaugurating. Once again, welcome to the annual Microfinance Conference. This is hosted by the Pakistan Microfinance Network. This again is, we are very proud that this is the second time that Karachi is hosting it, and it's a pleasure to have you all here. May I request you all to kindly be seated as we're about to begin our program. Ladies and gentlemen, we see a big group of people now coming into the hall. May I request you to kindly be seated. Feel free to grab your cup of tea to be with you on your tables, but may I request you to kindly settle down as we are now about to begin. We are already quite behind our schedule. May I request you all to kindly take your seats. So we are going to begin shortly. You'd be happy to know that we are live on LinkedIn as well. So should you want people to know about the wonderful things that we're talking about, and if it's not a big secret, feel free to share our LinkedIn pages while we're going live with your networks so that the good word and the things that we're trying to create, the dialogue, also reaches other people. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very warm welcome. I am 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲 and it's my pleasure to once again return to the annual Microfinance Conference. This is the second time Karachi is hosting it, and so am I. This is, of course, hosted by the Pakistan Microfinance Network in collaboration with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, properly known as UNIDO, under the Poverty Alleviation and Inclusive Development across rural Sindh. We also call this the PAIDAR program, funded by the European Union. This year's theme, the Renaissance of Microfinance, focuses on reimagining financial inclusion in Pakistan by embracing innovation, strengthening resilience, and advancing inclusive growth. So ladies and gentlemen, as we take this day one forward and we learn more about the UNIDO PAIDAR program and how it's coming into shape and what all is happening around in this ecosystem, may I first and foremost begin this auspicious day with the recitation from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful.
الحمد لله رب العالمين.
All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds.
الرحمن الرحيم.
The entirely merciful, the especially merciful.
مالك يوم الدين.
Sovereign of the day of recompense.
إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين.
It is you we worship.
الصراط المستقيم.
Guide us to the straight path.
صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
The path of those upon whom you have bestowed favor, not of those who have evoked your anger or of those who are astray.
Jazakallah khairan. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request you all to kindly rise for the national anthem of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. As your host today, it gives me immense pleasure to once again welcome you to the annual Microfinance Conference. This, as we know, is hosted by the Pakistan Microfinance Network in collaboration with UNIDO under the PAIDAR program. When I first heard of the name PAIDAR, I was inquisitive, and of course, the curiosity got the better of me. I didn't realize that it was an acronym for Poverty Alleviation and Inclusive Development across rural Sindh. But what my mind was going towards was PAIDAR as in sustainable. And that's exactly the kind of solutions we need. We need people to not just look at poverty as a menace that needs to be controlled and it needs to be eradicated, but more as a challenge that requires creativity and innovation. And that's exactly what the next 3 days of dialogue and conversations will explore and debate. Ladies and gentlemen, UNIDO implemented the Poverty Alleviation and Inclusive Development across Rural Sindh initiative in a 5-year program. It is funded by the European Union to support the government of Sindh. Pakistan is in the implementation of its poverty reduction strategy, the PRS, in 5 selected districts. The long-term objective of PAIDAR is to contribute to sustainable poverty reduction and the improvement of livelihoods of poor women, men, and young people across the Sindh province. And never before had it had its true essence and meaning and importance like it does today. We've seen the devastating floods of 2022, and of course the recent havoc that has been created by climate vulnerability. All this puts poverty alleviation and measures and programs of this nature at the very center stage. Ladies and gentlemen, in this theme, in the next 3 days, the annual Microfinance Conference will be exploring the very, very timely subject of how we can all come together with innovative mechanisms. Can we look at the policy framework in a different way? Can we look at deliverables in a different way? And therefore, it's interesting to call it and coin it as Renaissance of the microfinance. 2 words that somehow don't really go together always, because Renaissance is all about softness and arts and culture. And when we try to apply that same new dawn feeling that we are at the cutting edge and now we need to look at things differently, it's something which is worth exploring. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us open the day 1. And on the agenda, first and foremost, is a welcome address by the chairman of the Pakistan Microfinance Network. May I take this opportunity to introduce him? He brings over 32 years of distinguished experience in consumer and commercial banking. Since 2012, he has led HBL Microfinance Bank as its president and CEO, steering it to become one of Pakistan's leading institutions for financial inclusion. Before joining HBL Microfinance Bank, he served with several renowned financial institutions and was instrumental in establishing Mobilink Microfinance Bank, then 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Microfinance Bank. He also chairs the Pakistan Microfinance Network and leads the subcommittee for microfinance banks at the Pakistan Banks Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Aamer Khan.
Thank you, Sidra. Indeed, as Sidra mentioned, for us, the Renaissance word and microfinance was a challenge, how we could get together. So I think Mohsen did a wonderful job in ensuring that we did go for it. But Honorable SCCP Chair, Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗵 𝗥𝗲𝗵𝗲, Carlo De Rosa, Momin Ijazuddin, Munir Kamal Saab, Farooq Sabzwari, and all other distinguished guests and conference sponsors, industry leaders, and members of the media, Assalamu alaikum, and a very warm welcome to you all. I would like to extend a heartfelt appreciation to our distinguished thought leaders whose presence and insights set the tone for this meaningful dialogue ahead. This conference indeed marks a new chapter in the renaissance of microfinance. Over the course of the next 2 days, it will bring together stakeholders and experts to engage in meaningful dialogue on some of the most pressing issues of our time, such as climate change and resilience, digital adoption, food security, agriculture finance, while also exploring new frontiers as the sector expands into the MSC space. We represent an industry whose clients embody the true micro-level economy of Pakistan. When they thrive, it sends a strong signal across the farmlands, peri-urban, and urban communities. When they suffer, whether due to natural calamities or political or economic downturns, their struggle mirrors the vulnerabilities of the nation itself. Yet, in these moments of difficulty, our industry becomes a beacon of hope, 𝗠𝗵𝗲, for millions. This hope is the seed of change and promise for a better tomorrow. Time and time again, our clients have shown that when given hope, they turn it into reality with remarkable resilience. They build, they rebuild, they rise, and they remind us of the strength that Pakistan is, and the strength of Pakistan in determination of its people and the unwavering spirit of this industry. The Renaissance signifies revival, reinvention, and resilience. And indeed, in today's economic challenges, as Sidra just mentioned, the microfinance exactly needs that, a fresh wave of energy, new ideas, and renewed commitment. Our agenda is ambitious. We will deliberate on policy frameworks, innovation, and digitization, blended and green finance, climate resilience, and above all, women's financial inclusion, because no Renaissance is possible without women at the center. AMC 9 is just not about monologues. It is about bringing diversity in the ways complex and technical subjects are explored and made engaging. I encourage you all of you, to ask questions and to engage in constructive exchange of ideas. Over the course of the next days, you will see panel discussions, dialogues, fireside chats, and a culminating session that will challenge perspective and spark meaningful conversations. At this event, our long-standing advocates of microfinance, we have for the first time invited academia, think tanks, policymakers, and most importantly, the media. Our aim is not only to engage to the existing supporters, but to broaden the conversation and bring others into this inclusive agenda, one that advances both financial inclusion and inclusive growth of our country. Over the next couple of days, among other topics, we will hear from the Finance Minister, the Government of Pakistan's vision for microfinance and financial inclusion, and that is instrumental to inclusive growth. We will also have Sindh Chief Minister at our closing, who will share the Government of Sindh's vision towards microfinance and its importance in this context of MSC and affordable housing. On behalf of the Pakistan Microfinance Network, I thank you all. With your commitment and our collective vision, I am confident that AMC 9 will be remembered as a landmark event in the history of microfinance in Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, 𝗠𝗵𝗲, for setting the stage. You said it right. This is all about reframing the concept as well. So often do we look at microfinance as a tool or as a subject that is going to address and alleviate poverty. But from poverty alleviation, we're now moving into this new arena of prosperity enablement. Microfinance is no longer just about survival credit, it's about economic mobility and empowerment. And that is exactly the kind of future and the kind of work that we'll be investing in. Ladies and gentlemen, please now join me in welcoming our next speaker at this inaugural session. Please welcome the CEO of Pakistan Microfinance Investment Company, Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲.
Assalamu alaikum, and welcome to all the guests, especially the dignitaries, and people who have come not only from around Pakistan, but across many other places around the globe. So first of all, sorry to disappoint you, because normally at this point my chairman would be standing here and giving a very hard-hitting, straightforward, honest speech would set the almost kind of, the tone of the conference. However, this is a very great moment, I feel. Because in the last 25 years, what has happened is that in this country, we have proven that if the right commitment is there, which not only came from the people who are sitting in this room, but also from the government, which initially provided subsidy and policy level guidance to steer this sector. Now, you would all know that there are a number of industries in this country who have been provided subsidies and are still being provided subsidies for the last almost now 78 years. But this is a sector now where we feel that even if there is any subsidy, it is very negligible, it is a sustainable sector. And this is due to the collective efforts, the passion, and the commitment shown by people sitting in the room and those who are not, who will be joining, some of them online. More importantly, the sector is one of the few, areas or the sectors in Pakistan where women are in focus. Almost 50% of the funding or the loans are directed towards women and also towards rural areas. So I think the importance of this sector cannot be, overemphasized. Now, as we grow, we are also looking at various other models, for example, fintechs coming into space. The kind of demand and the kind of gap that there is in financial inclusion in Pakistan, I feel the conventional and the digital lenders need to work together to fill that. However, I feel that the focus needs to be where it was, at the time of inception. The conference is named Renaissance of Microfinance. Let me tell you that in addition to more liberty, freedom, innovation, and new way of thinking, both in science, art, literature, philosophy, and religion, the Renaissance period also got a lot of inspiration from the classicists, because there was a time when the Roman and the Greek, both the literature and the work that was done was forgotten. So I think as we move forward, we need to keep our focus still on the mission that we started with. That is, serving the women, serving the underserved, serving the smallholder farmers. And we need to then maybe, innovate based on the focus on these areas. So I would like to thank you all once again for giving me this opportunity, and congratulations Mohsin and team for organizing this wonderful conference once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasser Saab, for once again reiterating that as we speak about the Renaissance in microfinance, we're really talking about the rebirth of purpose in finance itself. It's a movement from transactions to transformation, from merely extending credit to transforming and enabling people with dignity, with resilience, and shared purpose. So, ladies and gentlemen, this, of course, requires leadership and, the right kind of approach to it, Today, we explore how banks and microfinance institutions can together unlock this opportunity. It is my honor to once again invite a seasoned banker who brings with him a plethora of knowledge and wisdom. He is, of course, the CEO and the Secretary General of the Pakistan Banks Association as well. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Munir Kamal.
𝗧𝗵𝗲 I was last involved in banking in 2016 when I was chairman of National Bank. So after a gap of about 8 years, I was convinced last year by the chairman of PBA to come and join and try to do something on the PBA, on the banking side. The chairman, who took about 2 months to convince me, and by the end of 2 months when I decided to join PBA, I realized that my first meeting with then chairman will be in the Q block in Islamabad and not in PBA office. And that's exactly what happened. So 𝗧𝗵𝗲 convinced me, and mashallah, he's now involved in doing something. Now let me tell you how the change that I saw in the banking industry that 8 years that I was not involved. And I'll tell you why the banking industry looks like the way it looks like today. Because there are a lot of people, the government circles, the media, they've been criticizing the banking industry that these guys don't lend, which is true, by the way. Advances to deposit ratio last year was about 40%, little over 40%. The other thing is that these guys they don't lend, but they make tons and tons of money. They invest in government securities, they make money, and life is beautiful for them. Again, if you see the numbers, they're not wrong. But let me explain you why the banking industry looks like the way it looks like at the moment. It is true that Pakistan, for advances to deposit ratio is about 40%, which, by the way, compared to the developed countries could be 100%. In certain cases, it's more than 100%. If you look at some of the comparable countries, the advances deposit ratio in Bangladesh should be around 75 to 80%, similar number for India. But why are we at 40%? If you look at Pakistan's economic development or economic situation in the last 2 decades, in 2008, we had an IMF agreement. 2013, another IMF agreement. 2019, another IMF agreement. 2022, a mini IMF agreement, and as we speak, another IMF agreement. Every time IMF agreement takes place, the brakes are applied, the economy slows down, the inflation goes up, there is the currency depreciates, and then stability comes. Hopefully, this time we are looking at possible stability phase, and hopefully we can grow and won't have to go back to IMF. So if you look at the average GDP growth rate of 2 decades plus, it's around 2.5%, 3%. Whereas the comparable countries, as I said, India and Bangladesh, the average growth rate in the similar period is about 6.4%. So what does that mean? The demand of credit goes down. And the bankers become a little careful, as they should. So we ended up with an advances to deposit ratio of 40%. Why do we carry? So the total lending portfolio of the banking industry in 2024, if my memory holds it right, is around 14 trillion rupees. Surprisingly, the investment portfolio is double that of, I think, 28 or 29%. And 95% plus of the investment portfolio is composed of government securities. Now, why are we carrying government securities? The government of Pakistan needs to fill their gaps or the budget deficit, the fiscal side. In 2008, 24% of all the needs of the government for the fiscal, to fill in the fiscal gap, 24% of the needs came from the balance sheet of the banking sector. Last year, it was a staggering 85 to 86%. Thank God banking sector has that liquidity to fill this gap. Now, why are we making money? Or why have we made money in the last 3-4 years? A staggering amount of money, which is not bad for the industry, actually. This investment portfolio that we carried, the interest rates, as you all know, went through the sky. It went up to 22, 23%. So naturally, we were carrying this portfolio. The banking sector made tons and tons of money. But there was the other side of it, which normally people don't look at. Because the banking sector made a lot of money, the taxes paid by the industry in 2021 was about 160 billion. 2 years later, 2023, the direct taxes paid by the banking sector grew from 161 billion to a staggering 618 billion just in 2 years' time. Last year that we completed, 2024, the taxes paid by the industry were 850 billion. And the first 6 months trend shows that most likely by the end of the year, the taxes paid by the industry would be close to about ₹1 trillion. Now, if you put all the balance sheet of the banking sector together, you will see the banks are liquid, the banks are profitable, there is no question, there is no problem of capital adequacy, liquidity is certainly not an issue. So overall, the banking sector looks good. Hopefully this time, in this IMF agreement, we have reached this stability phase, and when the growth takes place, the banking sector has all the liquidity on their balance sheet to start lending in big numbers. So hopefully that will take place. So my 8 years away from the banking sector, when I came back, the fundamental difference that I saw was the development of microfinance banking sector. Pakistan was woefully, and still we are woefully behind in financial inclusion. If there is any light in the financial inclusion, that's provided by the microfinance institution. If, again, my memory holds it right, the total lending to the agriculture sector, I think by 2023 numbers, was about 860 billion rupees or 850 billion rupees. The biggest component of lending of the agriculture sector were microfinance banks, about 220 billion rupees or 240 billion. The big banks combined together gave about 220 billion approximately to the agriculture sector. 240 billion plus came from microfinance. Great news now. Because of the floods, because of the inflation, this portfolio, you guys must have taken a lot of hits and losses, but we should not be scared about that. A lot of banks in the financial institution, big boys, have recapitalized their banks and they've started moving. Just because the microfinance industry, and you should know that, and you don't have to feel embarrassed about it, don't have to be on the back foot. Just because the microfinance industry made losses in the last 2-3 years, that does not mean microfinance institutions or banks have failed. Microfinance is the need of the hour, because if you guys pull back, the big boys are not going to fill that gap. The other incredible contribution that is coming from microfinance institutions are the payment system. You all know probably the growth of RAST. This is the payment platform particularly for P2P transaction. 80% of RAST transaction, staggering 80%, comes from 2 microfinance banks. One is Jazz, and the other is 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Now, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 has become a digital bank, but it's combined together. So, and this platform, by the way, is the fundamental part of bringing the overall digitalization of the country. So microfinance, and of course, on the lending side, somebody talked about the female. I think out of the 9 or 12 million borrowers in the microfinance, I think 35 to 40% are females. That's fantastic. If you look at the big banks, this portion of female borrowers would be what, 5%, if not less? So there is clear-cut case that we need to, and by the way, State Bank of Pakistan understands that. I'm sure Ministry of Finance understands that if we have to grow forward, if we have to rapidly bring the financial inclusion to the parts that have so far have been left out from the banking sector. The microfinance must grow fast. As I was saying, the banking industry has made a lot of 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗥𝗲𝗥𝗲 is sitting here. His sponsors have made a lot of money. And inshallah, they'll come forward to recapitalize the bank and we can move. So, bottom line, guys, you are really, I mean, I believe that you are providing something that this country needs desperately. And as far as the PBA is concerned, we'll continue to provide all the support that we can do. In fact, मैं आपको ये बात बता दूं, आप अपना काम करते रहें और मुझे बताते रहें कि आप कर क्या रहे हैं। वो कहते हैं कि मज़ा आ जाएगा महशर में कुछ सुनने सुनाने का, ज़ुबान होगी हमारी और कहानी आपकी होगी। आप हमें बताते रहें, हम आपकी कहानी फ्लॉन्ट करें। Thank you very much.
Thank you, Munir Saab. I think it's just not about telling the story. Aapke wisdom pe they are counting on for more insights and to collaborate and take this forward. But as I invite the next speaker, it's I think important to say that at the heart of every meaningful conversation on microfinance lies a deeper question. How do we translate this financial access into human impact and development? How do we ensure that the credit that we are extending nourishes lives, livelihoods, and community well-being? Our next speaker brings precisely that lens, connecting finance with food security, with resilience and community well-being. As the Development Advisor for Rural Development and Nutrition at the delegation of EU mission to Pakistan, he has been a bridge between strategy and impact, shaping programs that empower communities from the ground up. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Carlos de Rosa.
Hello, good afternoon, Assalamu alaikum. Just first of all, I would like to apologize for I'm not very good in giving speech, and so I'm not really comfortable in staying here, but I'm very happy as well to stay here because actually I'm very happy that UNIDO with our project has contributed to the organization of this conference in the frame of our PAIDAR project. First of all, let me thank the organizers, all the organizers that made this conference happen in those 3 days. It's a very huge event, so thanks a lot for the organizers. Then, starting from the title on microfinance. Microfinance, actually, as you know, or you may know, we as European Union, we don't work directly on microfinance, or better, our funds cannot be used for loans because we are giving grants. But we fully recognize the importance of microfinance, although we cannot do it directly, but we fully recognize the importance of microfinance, mainly in those areas in which access to finance is not really easy, or is not is limited, or even there is no way to access to finance. And in those areas in which also we have the more constraints, group of people, women, men, youth, in those areas in which completely marginalized area. And those are the areas, and these are the people with whom and where the European Union usually focuses its intervention. And as well as PAIDAR is also focused in those areas, marginalized area, in rural Sindh, in those 5 districts in which we are working. So it's actually the European Union, as I said, is working mainly in those marginalized areas. We have been doing it since years here in Sindh, but not only in Sindh. Now we are focused on Sindh, because PAIDAR is a Sindh-based project. So we have started supporting marginalized area with grants or interest-free loans. So which means actually mainly with grants. And we have seen that they are very, very good in offering, how to say, a way of life to rural people. But actually, by itself, giving grants alone is not sustainable in the long period. I can also recall during the last meeting we had with UNIDO representative, with the chairman of P&D board here in Sindh. The chairman was stressing on, okay, you are giving out grants in the frame of PAIDAR, but what we can do after you leave, after PAIDAR closes, what the government can do to guarantee the sustainability of your intervention. So that's why it is very important to link what we are doing under our project, so again, only with grant, with microfinance institution, with trying to, how to say, build up a more conducive environment that foresees both grants in those areas in which there are economic barriers to a full development, and blend this kind of grants with microfinance, new products, new financial products that can help and boost the economic development. So to create a conducive environment which foresees our intervention as donors, as well as with Pakistani institution providing microfinance and providing financial support for inclusive economic growth. So I'm very happy to be here during those 3 days. And I think this microfinance conference could be another step to try to put together stakeholders, discussing about possible solutions to be given to the Pakistani people and mainly in the rural areas in which we are working, and find solutions that can be much more sustainable than in the long term. Again, combining what we can do with our grants, with this environment, this, how to say, wide market that can provide solution with financial support for, as is written there, inclusive finance for inclusive economic growth. Thank you very much again, and I wish you a very successful 3 days of discussions. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Rosa. Thank you to all our distinguished speakers. They've really set the stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes when we are looking at progress, we imagine it to be a loud roar, but sometimes it's a quiet compounding of little things. It could be the microloans, the rural enterprises, the women's startups, until one day, the sum of all the small beginnings becomes a national turning point. And that's exactly what Pakistan is ready for. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the quantum leap we explore today of how microfinance is shaping Pakistan's macroeconomic reality. Even the word quantum is so often misunderstood. We often look at it and imagine a huge leap of faith that we need to take. But quantum in physics is so small, so negligible, that it can rarely be accounted for. Yet it starts a movement, a revolution, a change that we are all so hungry for. So ladies and gentlemen, for this first session that is brilliantly titled as the Policy Dialogue, Macroeconomic Impact of Microfinance in Pakistan, it aims to present a comparative analysis of how microfinance in Pakistan has contributed to income generation, to employment creation, increased consumption, improved savings, and more recently, enhanced resilience against disasters in comparison with experiences from other countries of the region. For this, ladies and gentlemen, may I once again invite, as the session chair, the CEO of Pakistan Microfinance Investment Company. Please welcome Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. And of course, Mr. Yasser has a brilliant panel. Let me take this opportunity of introducing them before I hand over the reins to Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Financial Sector Specialist at the 𝗧𝗵𝗶 World Bank Group, Ms. Nadine Shehadeh. Our next two speakers and panelists will be joining us online, and my team tells me that they're already in the green room. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we will be joined by Dr. Rashid Bajwa, the CEO of NRSP. And of course, Ms. Roshane Zafar, the founder and managing director of Kash Foundation. And may I also take this opportunity to invite Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the President and CEO of 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Pakistan. With this, may I now hand it over to Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. We'll probably have a counter running, sir, but you will have a total of 40 to 45 minutes to take this conversation forward. 40 to 45 minutes, sir.
I was told there is an hour.
Yes, we are slightly behind schedule, but we'll make the most of it.
Yeah, I'll try to make it interesting so even an hour doesn't look like an hour. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would not only be covering the impact of the microfinance, but I would also like to delve into the macro and micro level sort of, changes that microfinance can have, and lastly, going forward, how are the things moving? And would we still be able to create the impact? Now, in the initial stages of the microfinance, as most of you would be aware, it was considered a panacea of poverty alleviation and a silver bullet, which would contribute in putting the poverty into museums. Huge values of fund came not only from bilateral, multilaterals, but many other, institutions, governments, and it was considered, then it became necessary to do the impact of and the outcome of microfinance operations and interventions. However, in the recent years, not recent, but maybe since the last couple of decades, there have been several RCTs, the randomized controlled trials, have been conducted, which kind of are considered, the best methodology to determine the impact. And there was some skepticism that, yes, the more enterprising individual who get the microfinance loans do progress, but not everyone. However, this has also been challenged. Now, where we are right now, let me take a quick round of yes or no answers from all the panelists, and then I will start questioning from you, Nadine. In the current circumstances, do you think that there is still a need to do or to calculate the impact of microfinance, or should we consider it as a kind of a necessary kind of service that every individual should have? Is there a need for an impact study still? Yes or no?
Only yes or no?
Yeah, and then we'll delve into that.
Is maybe allowed?
Absolutely.
Then I'll go for maybe.
This is a Renaissance microfinance, so we have the liberty to express ourselves.
Fantastic. Thank you
That's
for that.
Bajwa Saab, yes or no?
So I never sit on the fence. I never sit on the fence. For me,
Aapka open nahi hua.
I never sit on the fence. For me, it's a no. I think microfinance is table stake. Proof of concept already exists.
Okay.
So doing another research to sustain or determine impact, why?
Okay.
Let me move on from there. Right?
Bajwa Saab, your response, sir, and then Roshane. Yes or no? Is there a need for carrying out impact studies? Bajwa Saab?
I already said it depends. It's yes or no. There's always impact studies are always good. I mean, they give you a proof of concept. They're always right. Depends upon what is the timing and do we have the money to do that. Once we do have the funds, there's no harm in doing another study on that.
Roshane, your response, please.
It's a full-blown, on yes, because we learn a lot from the impact assessments. It's really about understanding the client. It's understanding whether we are doing it right, what more we need to do, and it gives you a step back, and you can actually then recalibrate. So I think it's not about convincing others that we matter. It's about making sure we are doing the right thing.
Okay,
so I personally think impact assessments are very important.
Thank you. So let me start with you. There are different methods, which are some of them very scientific, like RCTs. There are then the diaries, and then there are also individual experiences of people who are working in microfinance sectors for many, many years. In your opinion, what is the most relevant or the correct methodology? And also, if you can elaborate on, in your personal opinion, is there really impact of poverty alleviation or women empowerment, health, education? Because these are all the things that initially, the microfinance was burdened with. So please.
By using the word burdened, I think you've already partially given your opinion. So first of all, Assalamu alaikum jami'an. My name is Nadine Shahad, and I'm very happy to be here. I've served as CGAP representative in the Arab world for a number of years. So for those of you who have been to the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 conferences, very similar to this one held in the Arab world, we might have crossed paths there. So it's my honor to be here today and to share my experience, which has been at CGAP, very much focused on research and, among other things, the infamous question of the impact of microfinance. So I think in terms of methodology, to take it from the end, I think each methodology has its own purpose. So obviously, when the RCT that came from the medical field was applied to our industry, the results were a bit of a shock for us. Anybody who worked in the industry in the 2010-11, when the first Banerjee, Duflo, etc. RCTs came out, we were all very disappointed. But I think we were disappointed because in the hype of the 90s and the early 2000s, we were so much believing in what we were doing that we somehow a little bit overpromised, perhaps. So yes, maybe the RCTs that are here to specifically demonstrate a causality between two elements might have not proven an impact on health or education. And maybe that was a little bit of an overpromise. But even the Banerjee and Duflo, who actually got a Nobel Prize in 2019 because of applying those methodologies to social sciences, do recognize that microfinance did deliver. It did deliver on business creation. It did deliver on women empowerment. It delivered on a number of elements that are important for us in the sector. So the media, unfortunately, didn't take that piece. It mostly focused on microfinance is not delivering. But it does, and I think for anybody who's working in the sector, this is an obvious thing. If you've spoken with microfinance clients, this is very clear. There are limitations to the RCTs. The fact that they're short in duration, at least the ones that have been applied have been for 1 or 2 years, whereas you usually need a little bit more time. That's one. And second, they work for a specific context. So what you will learn in Pakistan might be very different for the exact same thing in Morocco, for instance. So those have been a little bit their limitations. What I really like is the initiative that 60 Decibels have launched a couple of years ago. Those folks at this stage are in 45 countries, and they have 1.3 million data points, unique data points, from users of microfinance services. And the results speak for themselves. You have 90% that are satisfied, that do report an improvement in the quality of their own lives. You have over 80% of women who do feel more empowered. And the good thing is that those surveys are continuing. I do not think they cover Pakistan today, but if you are looking into, and I agree with 𝗏𝗏, if you want to manage your bottom line, you know, the question is not like what's the best methodology, but why do you actually want to have an impact measurement in a way or another? I think it has two primary functions. One, in your conversations with the policymaker, it's helpful. And second, to manage your double bottom line, it's also useful if you care. And I'll stop here.
Now, let me take quick sort of opinion of the other three panelists, because they are also practitioners. So, 𝗏𝗏, if you can, give your own experience. Do you feel that there is certainly impact of microfinance and the kind of work that you have done over the last almost now 30 years, if I am not incorrect?
Right. Thank you. I think many of the things have already been expressed earlier, but if I come back to the RCTs, I'm not a fan of RCTs at all. Applying this to a constantly changing environment where you cannot control the test is actually doing a disservice. However, that being said, even the RCTs done by 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Banerjee showed, as mentioned, that it created business assets and it did consumption smoothing. Both of these aspects are important from the perspective of poverty alleviation and economic empowerment of the marginalized and the segment that we are serving. So I think at one level, even the worst negative assessments that we've seen do underpin the impact that we are having. So your question to me really is, how is 𝗏𝗏 measuring impact and why is it important? As I already mentioned, it's extremely important to ensure that we keep to our DNA and that we do not have mission drift. One of my biggest concerns right now for the microfinance sector is the rapid mission drift we are seeing. Whether we are seeing explosions in markets like Cambodia, we've seen it in Kenya, we are expecting a similar crisis in India. The impact assessment is a tool that reminds us why we are doing what we are doing. So if we look at 𝗏𝗏's experience, we recently did a longitudinal assessment through the University of Minnesota. So there are many ways to do this, by the way. Now, data helps us, and the fact that many of us are digitized, we are able to slice and dice the data that we have to understand impact. So impact assessments no longer are that expensive. It's really part of the business that we do. So we actually went back and tracked 10-year data longitudinally to see what impact was microfinance having on poverty and on income. So we looked at both of those criteria. And what we discovered was that there was a significant impact, and we looked at data sets of over 500,000 clients. 41% of our repeat borrowers, based on that data analysis and that impact assessment, showed us that they were able to move beyond their poverty scorecard. And this is the same scorecard that BISP uses, which we have been collecting from our clients for the past decade and a half. What we also saw is that 90% of our clients were able to enhance their business income. That's the subset you see on economic change. But the overlay on this for any microfinance organization that is working on the empowerment of women or marginalized communities, we also need to see the social impact. And that's where you use tools like IDIs or focus groups. So your longitudinal data may not show you that. So we also use that. And when we looked at results there, we saw that 94% of women shared with us that their business capacity to run successful businesses had changed. And one other and I'll stop after this, one other very important impact that we saw was that women created jobs for others. So the 500,000 clients that we assessed, 19% of them created jobs for other women. So women, when they move forward, don't move alone. They actually become, they become tools for change and they become role models for change for other women in their communities as well. So when we look at the macro impact, which I think is the second question you asked,
if you can add, please go ahead. If you can cover the macro and any specific sectors, for example, agriculture or enterprises or livestock, where do you really see the highest impact of this intervention?
So I'll have to refer back to various studies on this as well. So there's a longitudinal data analysis that I've already shared. We've talked about the RCTs, but then there have been, as already mentioned, there are country-specific comparisons. So research was done in 2016. I can share further details on it. Which looked at data for about a decade of 52 countries to see how microfinance was impacting on macro change. And the indicators they used were just very simply the massification or the intensification of outreach. How many clients in that particular country were serviced by microfinance? And what they saw was that as a result of this, the Gini coefficient, which you use to measure income inequality, improved for countries where outreach of microfinance had increased. So what we see on the macro level is, in light of this study, is that microfinance can have an impact on poverty levels. And if I stress this by using Bangladeshi data, for example, over the past 2 decades, where we see a massification of microfinance, and this is just holding that particular indicator, static. If we look at microfinance's impact on the and isolating that impact on the economy, we see that the economy of Bangladesh, as a result of fostering growth, as a result of creating local economies, and in this case, fast-moving, trade-based micro-enterprises, and creating jobs, as I shared with you KASH data as well of the past decade, it enhanced the GDP growth rate over the past decade and a half by, and the estimates vary between 8% to 11%. And if we compare the economies in the South Asian context today, the Bangladeshi economy has done much better, even compared to the Pakistani economy. And one of the drivers of that, of course, is access to finance and the ability to foster local economic development within communities. So that's another side of it. But coming back to the bottom line, can macro and micro go together? At one level, yes. And if you look at Amartya Sen's development as a freedom approach, microfinance can go only that far. I think if you look at it from the policy level, it's equally important to have pro-poor economic policies. It's equally important to invest in social development. So the first study that I quoted to you, where 52 countries were assessed, the fast tracking of poverty alleviation happened when they invested at the same time in human development, when they invested in the same time on school expenditures, health expenditures, on creating employment opportunities, and so on and so forth. So again, we have to twin macro with the micro. Micro can go that far, but the macro policy framework also has to sustain inclusive development.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bajwa Sahab, I have visited a number of the community organizations that you have, under NRSP's flagship program you have built, and the kind of confidence and empowerment that we see even in, South Punjab. So in your experience, what are 2 or 3 most important impact, other than maybe the economic impact, that you might have observed through this microfinance intervention?
Well, you're assuming that I'm going to follow what Rushane is saying. In fact, I have a very different view on it. And my view is that suppose all of us go home today and we close all microfinance institutions and banks. What's going to happen to the economy? Is it going to have any dent, negative, on the GDP? Is it going to have any impact on education or health indicators? I don't think so. I don't think so. If we claim that this is how good we are, then microfinance should have been ruling now. Pakistan is at a very advantageous position. It has a database. So we have a poverty database, the NSCR database of BISP. And it's very easy to measure progress out of poverty. And yes, there are instances where people move up the scale of poverty, but there are also instances where they slip down under the poverty line. Microfinance clients. And the reason is that while all of us claim that we have done a great job and we are helping the poor, we have to search our souls and ask for a very simple and an honest answer, that to what extent we have been able to do that. And that extent is an issue which we have seen post-COVID in the microfinance banks, how they have not been able to sustain themselves, and how they're moving from a non-collateralized to now collateralized system, particularly on gold loans and others. So this is a debate which has no answers. It has no limits. So you can take any position. I mean, I know if CGAP, if people are interested, if people are not happy with the Dufflo report, that's up to, and the RCT, that's fine. Because if people think that it is because of a medical mechanism or indicator which has been used for microfinance, that's great, that's fine. But what is it that we have used? Where is it a convincing proof of what I call poverty graduation? In Pakistan, there are few instances where I have seen people coming out of poverty on a permanent basis. And unfortunately, it has not been because of microfinance. I'll give you an example of the Punjab government's South Punjab Poverty Alleviation Program, where they are providing homes to homeless women, and they're empowering them by providing investments up to ₹1 million. That has created something where you can clearly measure the progress out of poverty, and you can also clearly measure that once they get out of poverty, they don't fall back. So the indicators of poverty alleviation and poverty graduation needs to be very carefully managed. If we claim that we are doing poverty alleviation, that's fine, 1 or few points, 5, 10 points, but it works both ways. Look what has happened. As soon as a flood happens, as soon as a climate event takes place, we are back to square one. And we keep on struggling. I mean, for the last 30 years, I see kind of a struggle. I mean, there's no kind of a settlement with us as a microfinance practitioner. The struggle is to access capital, and we have been struggling for the last 30 years. We continue to do that. We can't expand, we can't plan because there is dearth of capital for this kind of a business which you want to do. then there are kind of competing
Right.
entities which come along, and we are kind of caught between them.
Right.
And so if you, to me, the answer is that yes, there are certain instances where poverty alleviation takes place. There are many instances where nobody talks about, where poverty has been enhanced just because of us.
All right, all right. So Nazir, you have worked in the agriculture sector mostly. Have you, I mean, let's say if there is no financing to the farmers, would that be correct to say that the poverty would increase?
No, so let me chip in differently. So my understanding of the question was, do we need more impact studies, right? And I think 𝗏𝗏 and Nadine have been very, very clear with the stats that they've shared that microfinance has a positive impact on sustainability, poverty alleviation. That's very clear. And I'll take it 2 steps forward as well. Look, I've only been with the microfinance industry for the last 8 weeks. In those last 8 weeks, I've met hundreds of clients. I've seen both urban and rural markets. And wherever I've gone, I've drawn a parallel with the prior experience that I had, which was only unconstrained cash stipend to those in poverty that were impacted through a social safety payment. And I think the news is replete with examples where both the political parties are talking about if it's the right thing to do or not, right? And just to give you a scale, I saw 14 million of those payments happen in COVID. I saw 8 million repeated payments every quarter happen from 2019 till about 2024 when the bank actually moved the mandate on to other banks. And not a single time did I see any change in that payment platform. It was the same NICs that were coming in, the same poverty numbers coming in, and the same cycle of payments happening. And when I visited those beneficiaries, what I would see is poverty and destitution that never change, cycle to cycle, flood to flood, calamity to calamity, or month to quarter while those payments have been made. On the other hand, with microfinance in the last 8 weeks, the payments that, or the loans that we have made, they've had a positive impact. These women have been with us for 8 or 9 or 10 cycles. Just in the morning today, I was with Rob at a community meeting and a group meeting in Shah Faisal. Those women had been with us for 8 or 10 cycles. They started off at 10 or 15,000 rupees 8 years back. They now require working capital for 100,000 rupees, and they're drawing maybe 2.5 times or 1.5 times of that amount in a monthly income as well. I mean, these examples are, I guess, phenomenal in terms of the impact that it has. So as a practitioner, I see the impact. I see the proof of concept. So another impact study, what will it change? The proof of concept already is there. If you need the impact study simply because you need to attract more investment into this from investment impact organizations, then the idea for that impact study is different. But to develop a proof of concept for getting other people to come in and enter the industry, I think that proof of concept already exists.
Yeah, but then there are, you know, individual level number of, and you can also come in, jump in this. I mean, JIN has its own social impact kind of, you know, framework, and then BII has developed something. So, I mean, at the institution level, most of the institutions who are getting money from the impact funds are doing these studies internally, right? So, let's move to the next question. I think what you wanted to comment on Mr. Rashid Bajwa's one of the points. I remember that.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on, I mean, 2 points that came out. One, you know, we always tend to, when we're thinking about the impact of the microfinance, to look at it as, you know, graduating out of poverty. The one thing I think that we forget to do is to think of it as the second best safety net. It actually prevents a lot of people from falling back into poverty.
Exactly.
It's a sustainable, like, you know, intervention as a whole. It comes at no cost for public finance. And I think this is often underlooked. That's one. And second, going back on the micro and macro impact, relation. I think that's something that we also often forget because we are very much focused on the jobs, employment part of it, which is very essential and important. But even the figures in Pakistan and pretty much all over the world point to the fact that people in general demand loans much less than they demand savings or insurance. Even if they don't express it in terms of purchasing an insurance product, they want protection about risks. I mean, I come from Lebanon myself. Microfinance industry has sometimes, helped people for 20 years, and then you have one health shock in the family, and they're taken back 20 years. And so those are the sort of things that we constantly need to push forward, keep in mind. And that's, for me, where the studies are important. So, of course, there's the part where if you're getting, impact investors, you need monitoring and evaluation. But I relate a lot more to what Roshana was saying around the fact that you need to manage your own services. You need to understand who are your clients, what are their needs, and to accompany them over their lifetime so that they don't fall back into poverty by offering them more services around savings, around insurance, and the latest entrance that is opening lots of possibilities is obviously the digital payments angle.
So let me now move to, if it's still a debate, maybe some people would, majority think that there is impact of some kind. But now let's move to, to the policy level interventions. We do see, in India, there is priority sector lending, which contributes a lot of funding to microfinance. Then in Bangladesh, we see microfinance institutions taking deposits from their members. I would like each one of the panelists to give me 2 suggestions that, keeping in mind the Pakistani environment, that we need to do in order to, at the policy level, that further, helps in growth and mitigates risk of this sector. Would you like to start, Nazir?
So that's kind of a difficult one for me at this stage, but I think one bit is obviously graduating the borrower to a saving product as well. And for some kind of lending products, like for example, we lend based on group collateral. Would there be a possibility to start actually putting up saving products that are group based as well, co-op based, etc. also? I think that's one element that we need to look at differently than we do right now, because what we do encourage right now at a policy level is individual deposits versus community deposits. So that's something that I think that we could move into, right?
Bajwa Saab, 1 or 2 suggestions at the policy level. So I have another 5 minutes to cover this question, and then I'll open the floor for questions. Sir.
If we unlock the priority sector lending business, which was there in Pakistan, and it was stopped abruptly, that is something which can really unlock a lot of funding. And the other is that if you also allow a percentage, I mean, the keynote speech about the CEO PBA saying that the ADRs of commercial banks was less than around 40% or less than 50%. It's something which is a telling story. I mean, if they are sitting with cash and there is no mechanism to unlock this money for microfinance sector. And the reason why I insist on these 2 is that microfinance institutions are unable to plan long-term in Pakistan. Because we are on a day-to-day basis, which means a year-to-year basis, we only survive. And unless and until I have a 10-year horizon, I know that I will get access to funding for the next 10 years. It would be very difficult to do any long-term plan.
Okay.
And this is a dilemma for all our MFIs, not for MFBs, but at least for MFIs. That's the
right. Roshane.
Yeah, not to keep harping on the same thing. I mean, if we are really wanting to see the impact of microfinance, we are doing half the business. So I personally, and this is something I was referring to the macro impact in Bangladesh. It's savings that really generated the impact for women's economic empowerment, for community development, for job creation, and what have you. So my sort of recommendation on policy would be allowing conditional savings licenses to microfinance institutions, because in Pakistan, we still have not been able to do micro deposits. And I think without that, there will be no impact. There is impact to, as I already mentioned, to the extent of helping, but on the long-term basis, when we're talking about the future, when we're talking about change in the economy, Pakistan continues to have one of the lowest savings rates in the world. Women save, they're the thrifty ones, but they save in the informal sector. So somehow we have to encash on that, and this will also help liquidity for the sector. So having conditional licenses, and this is my urge to both the regulators in the market to rethink this, to allow us to raise deposits. Bangladesh has never had a failure in the microfinance industry. Right. So that's one. And the second is, I think we need to promote collaborations much more between the various financial institutions in the country. And there need to be incentives that are put in place rather than creating disincentives. Let's say if 𝗏𝗏 is working with an insurance company, and again I want to acknowledge the 𝗧𝗵𝗶 for having sandboxing, which allowed us to do a lot more on the insurance products that we offer today. However, then there come in regulations on taxation and what have you. Those need to be looked at. We need to be more seamless when it comes to this. Only then will innovation happen. So those would be my two.
Yasir, if you'll just allow me to add to this as well. So I think even when the government and the regulator looks at financing schemes, and we just had a recent one come in for women empowerment in terms of electronic vehicle, two-wheel scooters. And then you had the three-wheelers for, let's say, micro-entrepreneurship. What they've managed to do is exclude the microfinance banks and the industry out of it. To me, that ticket size is relevant to us. Absolutely. To us, that's an owner-driver or a women empowerment scheme. So I don't know how a commercial bank or a large bank would look at that ticket size and go out and acquire it. So in terms of even top of mind for the regulator and for the government and the finance ministry, I think that's where the microfinance industry needs to be there as well.
Quickly, couple of
very quickly. Look, I am not yet, in all cases, an expert on the regulation of the microfinance sector in Pakistan, but a couple of things that did come to mind when I was looking at it. One, with the inflation of the last few years, I think the sort of thresholds that are here to define microfinance might deserve being revisited, especially if you want to go more towards the kind of jobs creation, smaller enterprises that have a multiplier effect in terms of job creation. Second, and I think I had said it before Roshan has said it, but yes, the savings part, the insurance part, those need to be developed. In which regulatory framework, TBD, maybe a sandbox is useful indeed, but those need to be created because this is what people want most. The ratio of demand between loan and savings is 1 to 5 or 10. So this is what you need to actually go to if you want to build wealth for the clients over their lifetime. So that's really important, along with the insurance piece, definitely.
So if I may add to
if I can open up the...
if I can just add one more point. We did a research post the floods, and what we discovered that the demand for savings was much higher than the loans when it came to climate resilience. So I think this is another very critical point.
Okay, okay. So food for thought for MFBs. Amir Saab. I would open the floor for a few questions. Who will go first? No questions? Kamran Azim. Please introduce yourself, not the whole life, but just your name and then, shoot.
Of course, Kamran Azim, and I represent 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Finance Company Limited. I just want to, carry forward what Roshan just said, that this is, that the need of the hour is collaboration. But unfortunately, the way these collaborations are forged is when you take bold steps, when you go ahead and you move into areas that are beyond your comfort zone. We've been doing education financing for the past 6 years. And we haven't seen big institutions coming forth for collaboration. And that's where the boldness, what you're saying, gets tested as well. So I guess that's something I wanted to ask. What is stopping us from having those collaborations within the sector? We talk of many bold
But you are
steps
doing collaboration with the fintechs, right? What I understand.
The fintechs are very small. I mean, for the fintechs,
Okay.
we are the bigger partners. We're looking for bigger partners who are bigger for us, right? Those fintechs are more like startups. So that's my point. Yeah.
Okay. Any other question? I'll take 2 questions and then I'll ask the panelists to respond. Okay, if there is no question, let me put a question to the panelists. I'll come back to you in the next round. So, you know what Kamran also said, we see a lot of fintechs doing almost providing loans which are very similar to microfinance. So in your opinion, in the opinion of the panelist, why did the microfinance not explore those particular, products? For example, funding in the supply chain, or for that matter, funding for the white goods. So these are 2 very related questions which Kamran also asked. Nazir, would you like to take?
So Kamran, I think what you pointed out the first go was that the fintechs have been hungry for those partnerships. I think that, and the question is the answer. You need to come to a partner who's hungry for that partnership as well. You go to some of the larger banks, maybe they're not interested because they've already got their bottom line right? But if you come to partners that are hungry for growth, I think you'll find ability as well as willingness to partner over there. So I think that's one. 2, just coming to your question, so when I've seen the microfinance players and their teams, what they understand is a small loan, they understand that community lending, and they understand perhaps from the basis of an NGO MFI bit how to lend over there. But when it comes to micro-entrepreneurship, retail, I'm not going to get into white goods because that's a completely different topic altogether. They don't understand the dynamics over there, and which is why perhaps they shy away from lending and growing in that segment. I think that's a code that the microfinance industry maybe globally needs to crack. On the MSME part in terms of entrepreneurship, understanding those cash flows, understanding that non-documented sales, and seeing where that can get in, right?
So next question, please. So, gentleman at the back.
Sir, what are you doing to introduce, to promote the microfinance awareness among the masses?
Microfinance, sorry. Awareness.
Among the masses, what are you doing to promote the awareness of microfinance in masses? And second, that how we can defeat the inflation using the deflation tools like saving in metallic precious metals. Please. Thank you. So nice of you.
Okay. Any other questions? Would you like to respond to that? This one? No, you can respond to the previous one, and then, yeah, maybe someone can take this.
So while waiting for a response, I just want to come back on the fintech piece. I had the privilege when I was at 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to lead the study on fintech, and I think it took me a couple of months to define fintech. So you have lots of things in that word. But one thing that's at the core of the business model, which I think is slightly different from the way microfinance, the way we know it, has developed, is the technology stack. You essentially have people who come from IT, from software, and that are trying to use IT and software to crack all problems that we have been trying to solve but in a very, very different way. So between having an institution whose job is to have a fleet of people to go meet other people, which is the fundamental model of microfinance, to speak with them, go meet them at their homes, at their businesses. And in that, it was fundamentally different from the banking model, where you're sitting at your desk, usually in a nice branch, and you're waiting for people to come. That was the revolution that microfinance kind of created. So you have a new revolution that comes more from the tech angle, and that shifts completely the perspective. Now, in the worst version of it, it gives you irresponsible lending, where you're like, I don't really care, as long as I'm getting back sufficient money, I can take much higher risk. I'll provide very small loans, and I'm happy with that because the return is sufficient to cover my income.
Okay.
So that's one version. But then you have lots of things around factoring, around new models that you can put in place. For that, what you need very often is a regulation.
Right.
And very rapidly, the digital raise. If you do not have digital payments, and that was globally, the largest share of fintechs starts with payments. Before you can offer savings, before you can offer loans, underwriting, factoring, you name it, you need to have digital payments that are widespread, that everybody uses, that you can pay your plumber with or buy your vegetables with. And once you have that, then pretty much the sky is the limit in terms of financial inclusion.
Right. Thank you. To your question, what are we doing to create awareness of microfinance other than this conference?
I think I can take that, Yasir, very quickly. At 𝗏𝗏, digital literacy and financial education and business development are embedded in the work that we do. So we do it across our board in all the communities that we work in. We use other tools. We use social theatre, we use media. For example, we do drama serials that embed women's economic empowerment and financial decision making as part of that. So I think as a sector, and then of course we have a research orientation. So evidence, having the evidence to back up your model is equally important. So I think the research papers, the focus, this discussion we are having today, all of these are part of raising awareness on microfinance over and beyond. But I'd like to come back to circle back on the fintech and the digitization of microfinance side. I think there's a side that we are missing. If we put on gender lens, and in the context of Pakistan, it becomes very, very challenging.
Right.
Because women are at the lower end of the internet access or telephony or even smartphone access. So we have a long way. My concern on this is that if we start bandying that digitization is the solution for financial inclusion, then we are going to have women getting excluded from this. So I think we have to take this in steps. It has to include the ecosystem, and it also has to include the ability for women to access this, whether it's from the technological side of point of view, or whether it's from the financial education and capacity building side of view. So I think from that perspective, we really have still got a long way to go. I'll give you the data. 𝗏𝗏, mashallah, now has almost 1 million clients. 30% of them have access to smartphones. So 70% don't. And if we look at the kind of phones they have, a majority of them don't own it either. It's either somebody in the house having the phone. So we have our job cut out. It's not going to happen automatically.
All right. Thank you, Roshane. Let me now close and wrap up the session. First of all, thank you, everyone. I think what we did discuss, is there one more question? Do we have time for one more question? One more question? Yeah, please. This is the last question, and then I'll wrap up the session. Two questions? Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is 𝗧𝗵𝗲. I'm representing 𝗏𝗏 Islamic Microfinance. We're discussing the impact of microfinance and how it is measured and what impact it is making. Isn't there any role of the interest rate which the microfinance companies are charging to the interest rate, the profit which the microfinance companies are charging for small loans? Isn't there any on the impact? Isn't there any impact on the impact which the beneficiary has? based on the interest rate. Yeah, that's the main thing.
Second question.
My name is 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲. I work for Dubai Islamic Bank. I wanted to find out what is the microfinance industry doing to structure its finances in an Islamic Sharia compliant manner, because there's a shortage, eventually the system is converting to Islamic finance. There's also social acceptability. So is the industry doing something to convert to Islamic modes of finance?
Can I take that? I'm trying to stop myself. Yeah, but the last two questions I would like to answer myself. Sorry about that. So absolutely, sir. As microfinance wholesale lender, we have devised our own products and also did that for the entire industry. But each and every microfinance institution and bank is now working to convert. Some of them have already converted. I know Taaleem Finance has converted, NRSP has almost converted. So that is going on. With regard to the markup rate, interest rates, I didn't get the question. Were you asking that is there any impact of the interest rate? Yeah, so there's a cost to every service, right? So if the interest rates are higher in an economy, then the interest rates that would be charged for microfinance would be higher. So normally the regulators, the two regulators, have not put any limits. Having said that, it doesn't mean that you can charge every, any rate that you want. There's a lot of competition. I know districts and even UCs where our 22 organizations are working, right? And that gives a lot of competition for the borrowers to go and see who provides better service and who's providing, better rate. So I think that the kind of returns at times that we have from the microfinance, the clients doing certain activities are sizable, and that's why they are able to bear the kind of rates that are offered. But that doesn't mean that they should be charging a very high rate, and the rates are pretty much according to what makes them sustainable and provide these service.
Yasir is very diplomatic around this. Just a second, right? I think Yasir's been very diplomatic with that answer. I think you've got to leave it to the market to determine the return that's coming in there as well. That's one. And then you take a look at the fact that what is the other, let's say, lending requirement that they have and the option that they have as well, a borrowing option that they have. They're going to go out there and those APRs, you've heard those terror stories for generations, they've been under that debt. With an organized microfinance bank or a microfinance institute, they exactly know what the repayment tenure is going to be. They exactly know what the markup is going to be. It's plain and simple and it's regulated, right? Comparatively to the informal sector, it's criminal on that bit, right? Whereas on this one, it's knowledgeable, it's there, it's transferable, it's increasing that bit. So we need to break out of that hypothesis and then that presumption that there is something wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it.
My basic question was...
Ji, Bajwa sir, please go ahead.
Sir, ये जो हम बातें कर रहे हैं ना, these are all apologetic बातें कर रहे हैं. I'm sorry to say, but we are just fooling ourselves, doing nothing. There is a big perception of predatory lending which we are doing. Nobody wants to disclose or talk about interest rates. And this is something, this is one of the reasons that microfinance in Pakistan has not moved. If you look at Indian example, वहाँ भी उन्होंने interest rate पे cap किया. यहाँ तो अभी there is no, everybody is kind of, it's a wild west. Anybody can charge anything and go away with it. And then there are these disguised costs which they charge. कोई fee के शक्ल में, कोई और किसी शक्ल में. So let's not fool ourselves कि जी इसमें ये जो है the reason is कि जनाब everybody can charge anything they want and it is less than the market. We don't even know what the market is. हमने PMN study, we did a study on Aarti, and if you look at the Aarti rates, you will be surprised that they are very close to the microfinance institution rates for agricultural lending. And this is one of the reasons. When you talk to the policy makers, this is something, the flag comes up, oh, you're charging too much of interest rate. And then we suddenly become apologetic like we are doing right now. It's not going to help anybody, but it's going to continue the way we are doing. And if we are happy with that, I'm happy with that. I mean, we have been listening to these apologies for the last 30 years. We'll continue to listen to that. I'm sorry if I've taken a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. 𝗏𝗧. I also need to say something here, because this is a very important point. I think that's why we're talking about impact and responsible finance. So I think that there are several factors that go into pricing. I think what Nazir was saying earlier also, it's about the cost of operations. So as a sector, if you look at the past decade, we have been more efficient, and digitization has helped us. At the same time, it's the cost of funds, where and how we raise money. If we had the opportunity to take deposits, our costs of operations and our costs of funds would have gone down. So I think we have to work in a market context and that is why I always say that we have to have the voice of conscience. We have to look at impact. Why are we doing what we, in terms of the products and services we are offering? That's one. And the second thing is, which is equally important, is to see how over time we can change those products and services.
All right, Roshane, thank you so much.
It's not about being apologetic at all. It's about being very transparent and responsible.
That's why I wanted to answer this question, because this is a very highly debated question. And you want to say something as well. So
very
just
quickly, 20 seconds. The cost was already set, but just one thing to keep in mind. The reason why microfinance was created was to provide an alternative to worse, less responsible and costlier alternatives that are informal. So just keep that in mind. Yes, it is a costly service, but if people were that much annoyed, you would not have over 90% satisfaction. So it's access that is the issue. It's the choice, the alternative, and being treated as a person, as a client, and not as somebody who owes you a favor because of financing.
So let me quickly, in a minute, try to wrap that. Yes, we still need some kind of impact evaluation, whether it is at the institution level, or maybe some studies done by impact investors or development finance institutions coming. At the policy level, there are certain suggestions. Abid Sabit and Mr. Zishan Khatak, I think they were not there, so let me repeat what the panelists said. It's not coming from me. I'm a wholesale lender. So they want to, there's a suggestion of priority sector lending. There is also a suggestion of microfinance institutions taking deposits from their members, and then I don't think there was anything other than that. Savings, all of the panelists feel are very important, and I think with microfinance banks, even if microfinance institutions can't take savings, I think there is a very critical role of the microfinance banks to start thinking of getting deposits from their borrowers as well. So, and the heated debate of interest rate. So everyone has their view on that. But I personally feel that since the microfinance has now graduated into a sector which is not taking any subsidized funding, so the market then needs to determine the interest rate. And that would happen when the competition becomes much more, intense. With these words, I would like to once again thank all the panelists, Dr. 𝗏𝗏, Roshane, and my friend with me, Nadine, and Nazir. Thank you so much, and thank you for the audience for your participation in the questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent moderation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yasir Saab. May I request the panelists to please come together for a group picture? I'm so sorry. Tried to be as quick, but I guess the panelists just wanted to rush off. Nazir Saab, may I request you to please join for a photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to this brilliant panel. This sparked a healthy debate, and I think it was worth every minute of it. Bahut shukriya. Thank you very much. And just to segue from the conversation, ladies and gentlemen, access to capital in Pakistan is limited for most micro entrepreneurs, but there is very definite gender finance gap as well. In order to address this particular gap, which is the gender finance, the Asian Development Bank is launching a credit guarantee facility for commercial banks and the TFIs to de-risk their lending to NMBFCs and the PMIC. And in order to tell us more about the details of this credit guarantee facility, we now have joining us online Mr. Andrew McCartney. He's a senior financial inclusion expert and team lead of the Women's Inclusive Finance Program. Let's connect with him and hear from him the details of this credit guarantee. And I'm sure it will usher in a lot of ease for millions of people who will be then benefiting from it. So let's take a look. Are we connected?
Great.
Yes,
Great.
there we go.
Can you hear me all right? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and
Okay,
very soon
great,
we have the video up as well. Over to you.
Fantastic. There should also be some slides, just a couple. I'm not sure if they're there or not. But anyway, I will... Anyway, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and many thanks for inviting us. It's a real honor to be with you this evening, even if only virtually. ADB is a long-term partner of PMN, and it's always great to support this event. Tonight, I'd like to just share with you, first of all, a little bit, I think, of good news, and also to talk about the launch of this guarantee facility as part of our Women Inclusive Finance. If you remember, I mean, over the last 3-4 years, we've been focused ADB on the Women Inclusive Finance. And the reason is that the long-term trend in this market has been a growing jaw between the men and women. So as the microfinance sector has been developing, we are seeing an ever-growing gap between the men and the women in the market. And what our diagnostics have shown is that this is down to a range of obstacles, from supply and demand related to a lot of the underlying enabling environments. And critically, a lack of liquidity, particularly for the non-banking microfinance sector, as well as a degree of risk aversion, particularly post-COVID and through the flood cycle. So that was really the challenge that was set for us under the Women Inclusive Finance, and working very closely with stakeholders like State Bank, PMN, the financial sector, and of course SECP, this is what we've been trying to resolve. But the good news is that from a peak a couple of years ago of about 34% in the finance gap, that is now falling down to below 29%, and we hope that to get that further down to about 27% by in the next 6 months. So something is working. Now, we can't necessarily attribute it to the Women Inclusive Finance Program, but we would like to feel that we have had a role. The ADB has deployed, as part of the Women Inclusive Finance, a combination of reform-based policy lending to the government, as well as a range of 2 credit lines, one of 50 million, one of another 20 million, to both the non-banking finance sector as well as the microfinance banks. Now, what we'd like to do is launch our final 30 million Women Credit Guarantee Facility to support lending from the commercial banking and DFIs to the non-bank microfinance sector and PMIC. And essentially what it is a first loss facility of up to 25%, so 25% first loss to facilitate funding to women entrepreneur borrowers for production and income generating purposes. It will be for 5 years. It will be administered and managed through the State Bank of Pakistan. And in terms of timeline, we're currently just setting up the trust structure, but the idea is by the end of this month, we are hoping that the facility will become operational and that the State Bank will be inviting applications from both the banks and the non-banks from November this year onwards, with a view to the credit guarantee facility, the first loss of 25% commencing in early to mid-December onwards. So we believe this is an exciting sort of final development as part of our Women Inclusive Finance 2 program, which got approved by our board earlier this year. And we hope, with a 25% first loss, that essentially gives us 4 times leverage on that 30 million. So another $120 million of funding going into the non-bank microfinance sector to support women. So we thank everyone for their active contribution towards the Women Inclusive Finance, and we also wish everyone a fantastic conference ahead. Many thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this credit guarantee facility is officially launched. And from this, we are going to move on to another big announcement again. I would now like to introduce one of the special features of this conference, a blended finance initiative for the micro enterprise led by UNIDO's PAIDAR program, funded by the European Union and NCGCL in partnership with 𝗏𝗏 𝗏𝗏 Microfinance Bank and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Microfinance Bank. To introduce this initiative and to tell us about its salient features, I would now like to invite Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the national expert UNIDO, who will lead this initiative, apprise us, and also invite all our partners and stakeholders up here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good evening. As we have heard some of very informative and insights on microfinance, I'm very pleased to tell you that, as I promised in my podcast, there will be some unique features of this conference. And one of the unique features we have is to launch a milestone blended finance facility for rural entrepreneurs across Sindh. I would be very pleased to tell you that it's not the first, but one of the first transactions which we are doing in a blended structure, where we are combining loans, grants, and the guarantee. And we are very pleased that our partners have been very, very generous in understanding our structure and supporting us. Before I can call my partners to come on the stage, let me quickly give you an update on PAIDAR. PAIDAR is a EU-funded program implemented by UNIDO Pakistan in the 5 districts of Sindh, 𝗏𝗏, 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 𝗧𝗏𝗏, and Larkana. The program mainly is structured around grants, SME and microfinance grants and corporate grants, among other initiatives like housing and climate resilience. Having this initiative, we had done a study of Sindh landscaping and found a real gap in ensure access to finance. This structure, we believe, combining the grants and the loans secured by an instrument which is a guarantee, would make this access to finance very, very easy and ensure sustainability and impact which we aspire to achieve. So let me please request our partners to come on stage for a signing and unveiling of this milestone initiative. I would like to request Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗥𝗲𝗀𝗶, National Program Coordinator, UNIDO, to please come on stage. Mr. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲𝗀𝗶𝘀𝗀𝗵, Investment Company, to come on stage, please. Mr. Mohammed Suleiman, Founder, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Microfinance Bank. Mr. Sonu Khangarani, Chief Executive, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Microfinance Foundation. We are very pleased that these 5 institutions have partnered with us to structure this milestone initiative, which we have structured for under blended finance structure. I would also like to request 2 of our guests to come on stage and participate in the unveiling of this initiative. May I request Mr. 𝗵𝗵 𝗵𝗲𝗔𝗔, Executive Officer, UNIDO PAIDAR, to come on stage, and Mr. Carlo Di Rosso, Development Advisor, Rural Development and Nutrition EU Delegation, to come on stage as well. Thank you. The back. And lastly, our very, very important partner, Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗵𝗶𝗀, CEO of NCGCL, would like to come on stage as well. Because 𝗵𝗲, you are the backbone of the structure, so you have to be there. Can I please request all the participants to move toward the left of stage? Can I please request all the signatories to please keep on the stage and move to the left and do the unveiling of their initiative? If you can move to your left of the stage, and you will have to do an unveiling. Thank you. Amir Saab, can you please join us again for the unveiling? Can you please all move to the left? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Our deepest gratitude to 𝗶𝗶 𝗥𝗲, 𝗧𝗵𝗵, and of course, National Corporate Guarantee Company Limited. And we look forward to having this initiative and implementing it across the Sindh. We would like to invite Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the Commissioner, SCCB, to say a few words on blended finance sector in Pakistan. Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Commissioner, SCCB, could you please come on stage, sir? Pleasure to have you, sir.
For sure. Good evening and assalamu alaikum everyone. This is going to be the best part, I hope. So, सबसे पहले तो we really appreciate to see so many stakeholders. We really appreciate to see so many stakeholders together. I think now is the day and the times of collaboration. And I think जो collective efforts हैं, they really make a difference. So to start off, I really appreciate the work that Pakistan Microfinance Network is doing, and also the blended product that has been issued just right now, CNGCPL. I think this is exactly what we want. क्योंकि यही वो चीज़ें हैं जिससे we are able to ensure कि जो economic benefits हैं, they go to underserved and underbanked areas and the rural areas of the country. So this is something we like to see, and SCCP is always available to make sure the products and services like this are proliferated and it goes beyond the major cities of the country and goes to every nook and cranny of the country as well. So, like I said, it's a privilege to be here. What we have been exposed to right now is the climate change. It is our reality, and it is upon us to ensure that जो भी products and services that we are rolling out have the capacity and the components to ensure that जो भी climate shocks हैं, we are able to wave them and to weather those storms as well in figurative and literal sense. We believe that resilience, innovation and inclusion is the key. I think Pakistan की जो microfinance network है, it holds the key to ensure that women inclusion, financial inclusion of underbanked and unbanked areas, and just for the democratization of the economy. So these are few sectors that we think holds the key to ensure that Pakistan में जो भी financial or economic well-being है, it is dispersed throughout the country. Numbers speak for themselves. As we can see now, the microfinance sector has around 3.4 million clients, dispersing around 287 billion in loans and expanding the portfolio to rupees 205 billion, all the while reducing non-performing loans. Another important thing is that 82% of the new loans are going towards women. Again, something that we want. We want to make sure that this happens, and particularly interesting fact is that a lot of times the NPLs when it comes to women is much lower compared to men. So it also shows the resilience of the sector and really helping the society as a whole. Like I said earlier, climate vulnerability is there. SCCP is working with other institutions as well to ensure that new products which will be able to manage the shock of the climate, and also जो solar projects हैं which deals with the resilience and inclusivity are available in the market. इसकी classic examples are the new sukuk, which are solar based, again ensuring that everything that is being rolled out has that climate component involved in it as well. Another interesting product which is now we are trying to support that is the InsurTech products. Technology is our reality. It is writing on the wall. We make a clear distinction between digitally enabled and digitized businesses. We think with technology, like they say, kisi ke paas bhi, if they have a good internet connection and a laptop, they can make their living anywhere. We think with technology, new products and services, and at the micro level, can really make the difference in far-off places of the country. Another one is the collaboration. जो पहले बात हुई थी, there are telcos. I see Arish Chaudhary sitting here as well. The telcos, they have so many subscribers, around 80 million, I think, in some cases. And with collaboration, the smaller products and services can really take advantage of their footprints across the country as well. So the question is, what is expected of the regulator and the government? There are actually three components. The first one is the government has to make sure that the infrastructure is available. Regulator is expected to have enabling regulatory environment. But then the final step, when it comes to making things happen, that is where the the private sector comes in, and it wants to make sure that jo bhi enablement hui hai, they are able to capitalize on it. At SCCP, whenever we are rolling out new rules and regulations, we have a practice. We make sure that all the stakeholders are there. We go through a consultative process so that the product and services are not only market aligned, but it is something that the private sector is able to run with as well. We look at three important components, one of them being the risk. So, jo bhi regulation by Rati, we make sure that the specific risks relating to those products or services are addressed in the regulatory framework. Another one is that the end user, which is the general public, their interests are protected. And the third one is when it comes to our regulations that are being rolled out, we want to make sure that jo bhi foreign requirements hain, jaise FATF ki, for example, ho gayi, AML requirements ho gayi, they are also embedded in those products and services as well. So when that happens, that is when our regulations are rolled out, and then constantly there's a review process, and we want to make sure that anything new, any abating factors or any new opportunity are made part of those rules and regulations as we go. Another interesting one is so we are constantly working towards data-driven changes and the amendments in regulatory framework as well. CCP ke andar bhi we are working towards creating a more robust databases, and then we have those AI and BI layers on top of that. Those are in design stage. The idea is that once they are up and running, the data would also help us do better job and create better environment for the businesses. So when we look at Pakistan, there's a lot that is being done by scheduled banks. But when it comes to our rural areas, like I said earlier, we believe microfinance holds the key. I think jo depth or footprint hai microfinance ka, they can achieve far more for the financial inclusion and inclusivity and engaging women and entrepreneurs and rural area as well. So together with SCCP, we are always there. We look forward to working with you. Like I said earlier, we love suggestions that we get, and we try to incorporate those in our regulatory framework as well. With that, I really thank everyone, particularly the partners here who have made this happen, because engagement like these are the places where we get new ideas, and new ideas are exchanged, new products are created, and we really appreciate that. So thank you very much, and Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, Zishan Saab. And of course, now what we have is something that we have been really looking forward to. We, of course, have had a number of people who've done great work, and therefore what we are doing is recognizing and celebrating their wonderful work with a series of awards. To give away this is the Pakistan Microfinance Awards 2025 in recognition of their outstanding performance. This recognition reflects their outstanding contribution in advancing financial inclusion and promoting excellence in Pakistan's microfinance sector. Ladies and gentlemen, each time you recognize wonderful efforts, it allows for more things, more wonderful things and collaborations to sprout. So to give away these awards, may I request to join up on the stage with me the Chief Executive Officer of Pakistan Microfinance Network. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome 𝗧𝗵𝗲. May I also request Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the Commissioner of SECP, to please join Mohsin Saab on stage to give away the first set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, climate resilience. We, of course, have the top MFC that will be awarding this, that would be receiving this. So first and foremost, please put your hands together to welcome NRSP. From here, may I request Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the Chief Financial Officer, to please come up and accept this. The category is climate resilience. The top NBMFC, quite a tongue twister that is. Ladies and gentlemen, our first recipient tonight, NRSP. Thank you, Asad Saab, and many congratulations. In the same category, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to present a certificate of appreciation. Please put your hands together for JWS. May I request Mr. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 𝗪𝗲, the Chief Financial Officer, to please accept this. Ladies and gentlemen, our next category, this is the recognition for strengthening the network for industry-level interventions. Please welcome our winner in this category is SAFCO Microfinance Company. May I request Syed Sajjad Ali, the Managing Director, to please accept this. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, support to peer organizations, a very important category, and we are once again happy to announce the winner as RCDP. May I request the CEO, Mr. Mohammad Murtaza, to please accept this. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the category of innovation. There's always room for new creative ideas. The top MFB in this, please welcome MMFB. May I request the Chief Information Officer, Komal Khan, to please accept this. Many congratulations to Ms. Komal Khan and to MMFB. I think they were filling in these forms right in real time, so there has been a couple of typos. My apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, we have 𝗠𝗶𝗰𝗿 Foundation. May I request, in the same category, they are the winners. May I request Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the Chief Operating Officer, and Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the CFO, to please come and accept this.
Introducing
Well, thank you so much. बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया ज़ीशान साहब for presenting our first set of awards. We are grateful for your presence. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, may I request Mr. 𝗶𝗏 𝗥𝗲, the CEO of Pakistan Stock Exchange, to please join us up on stage with Mohsin Saab and give away the next set of awards. The category in this is the gross loan portfolio. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for this one is HPL Microfinance Bank. May I request the CFO, Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, to please accept this. Ladies and gentlemen, the top NBMFC in the same category is 𝗥𝗲𝗥𝗲. We'll perhaps be sending this their way. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, our next category is Active Borrowers Conventional. For this, please welcome ASA to be our winner. May I request Mr. Rob, the Group Executive of ASA International, to please join us up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, take away in the category of Active Borrowers Conventional once again, our winner, the top NBMFC, 𝗠𝗶𝗰𝗿. Once again, please requesting Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the Chief Operating Officer, and Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the CFO, to come accept this. Many congratulations to Asha Pakistan and to 𝗠𝗏 Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, our next category is Active Borrowers in the Nano category. For this, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Mobilink Microfinance Bank. May I request Mr. Adil Abbasi, the CFO, to come and accept this. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, our category of geographical coverage, the districts covered. In this, the winner, of course, is the HPL Microfinance Bank. May I request Mr. 𝗓𝗏 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, the unit head for communications, to please accept this. Ladies and gentlemen, in the same category, the top NBMFC, please once again welcome the Kash Foundation, Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲 and Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲. Many congratulations, and thank you very much, Farooq Saab, for presenting these set of awards. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I request now 𝗵𝗶 𝗥𝗲, the Regional Industry Head for IFC Financial Institutions Group, to please join us up on stage and give away the next set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, for this set, there is the deposit base, is the category, number of depositors less M wallets. For this, the top MFB is KBL. Please welcome Mr. 𝗶𝗵 𝗥𝗲, the Chief Business Officer, to please accept this. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is the category of mobile wallets. For this, once again, the winner is Mobilink Microfinance Bank. May I request Mr. Ataur Rahman, the Chief Business Officer, to please join us up on stage. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is our category of the insurance provider, the number of active policies. Ladies and gentlemen, for this, once again, the winner is NRSPB. May I request Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗏𝗏, the Head of Business, to please join us up on stage. NRSB Bank. Sir, too many. Many congratulations to Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗏𝗏 and to NRSPB. May I next, in the same category of the insurance provider, the number of active policy, the top NBMFC is Kash Foundation. Once again, may I request Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲 and Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲 to join us up on stage. Now we're going to agriculture, UBank.
Agriculture borrowers, UBank champions category में agriculture, U Microfinance MFP category, नासिर अगर आया हुआ और ये NRSP ये है 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, ये दो डिफरेंट एंटिटीज हैं, बैंक अलग होता है, ये
Ladies and gentlemen, our next category is agriculture borrowers. Once again, the winner in this category, the top microfinance bank. Please welcome UBank, Mr. Nasir Qayyum, the Head of Treasury. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, in the top 𝗠𝗵𝗰𝗿𝐶 the category, may I now request from the NRSP. I believe the writer was in such a rush, he's only given me abbreviation, so my apologies for that. This has never happened to me. But may I request Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗵, the CFO of the National Rural Support Program, to please come up and accept this. May I now request Mr. Malik Fateh Sahab to please accept this on behalf of the National Rural Support Program, please. Should I invite him again or Ladies and gentlemen, as we have tried to address in several of our conversations this morning, and our speakers have also addressed it, there is a big gender financial gap. So this category is extremely important as it is all about the women borrowers. The top microfinance bank, once again, the winner in this category is the Mobilink Microfinance Bank. Please welcome Ms. Sana Tariq, the Chief Legal Officer and Company Secretary, as she receives this. Ladies and gentlemen, the next winner in the same category, no surprises there, please welcome Kash Foundation, Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲 and Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, another burning issue for not just Pakistan, but across the region and the world. This is about affordable housing. The winner in this category is HBL Microfinance Bank. May I request Arusa Zaidi, the Program and Strategy Manager, to please accept this. Ladies and gentlemen, our next category is equally important and will be coming up in several of our themes in the next 2 days. This is about impact investment. The winner, of course, is Asha Bank. May I request Mr. Robert Kaiser, the Group Executive of Asha International, to please accept this. Ladies and gentlemen, our next winner, I must confess that initially when the organizers were sharing that some recipients will be asked to come again and again because they've won in major categories, I thought it was probably be a one-time instance or a two-time instance. But this one's not going home light-weighted. Please once again welcome Kash Foundation in the category of Impact Investment, Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲 and Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final category of the awards. This is about transformation, and that is the big ambition for all of us today and the true renaissance of microfinance. Ladies and gentlemen, in the transformation category, the winner is Ladies and gentlemen, as we say that transformation is the aim, and it will be the true fruit of renaissance the microfinance that we look at it. May I request We are requesting Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 from the State Bank of Pakistan to please also join us to give away this final set of award. We're giving away to two institutions that are extremely important and have done tremendously well in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, the first winner as the top microfinance bank, please welcome HBL Microfinance Bank. And for this, may I request Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲𝗀𝗵𝗿, the Chief Digital and Financial Inclusion Officer, to please join us up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the top non-bank microfinance company to be awarded in this particular category, please welcome 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Microfinance Company, Dr. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗿 𝗥𝗲, the CEO. Many congratulations, 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗿 Saab. May I request Mr. Abid, Mr. Momina, and Mr. Mohsin to please stay with us as well. We have two more awards to give away. बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗿 Saab for being here and for receiving this on behalf of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Microfinance Company. Ladies and gentlemen, the next category is the top insurance company partnering with a microfinance. Collaborations and partnerships are extremely key, and the winner in this category is EFU Life. May I request Mr. Muhammad Ali, the CEO of EFU Life, to please accept this. Ladies and gentlemen, the top non-bank DFI lender to microfinance, that's the next category. And the winner in this is PMIC. Please welcome Mr. Saqib Siddiqui, the Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Neelam Ahmed, the CFO, Mr. Rashid Imran, the CRO, and Mr. Bilal Razak, the lead CF and IB, to accept this one. Many congratulations to you all. Thank you, Mohsin Saab. Thank you, Abid Sahab and Momina ji for presenting these awards. That brings us to the close of this award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, it's often very important to look at the holistic picture. This year, as we have recognized and celebrated these partnerships, these institutions for their exemplary work, it is also setting a benchmark for the future to come in. Let this be the stepping stone for future collaborations and more excellence, and truly the dawn of Renaissance. Next up, we have some keynote addresses that are going to be full of insight and wisdom, really walking the talk. When we talk about these big policy frameworks, these ideas, how do they come into action? The first keynote address is by the President and the CEO of Mobilink Microfinance Bank. They're going away with quite a few awards, so the insight is going to be exemplary. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗿 Chaudhary, the President and CEO of Mobilink Microfinance Bank, for his address.
𝗏𝗏. A very warm welcome to all of you. Abid Kamar Saab, Farooq Sabzwari Saab, Ms. Momina, Zishan Khattak, Amir Khan Saab, Chairman Pakistan Network. Assalamu alaikum. It's a privilege to be here among those who believe that finance can be more than transaction and it can transform lives. Microfinance has always stood on the grounds of inclusion, dignity, and opportunity. It uplifts the bottom of the pyramid, builds resilience against shocks, empower women, and fuel small business enterprises. It's the difference between keeping the lights on or going on the dark, between missing a day of work or staying afloat throughout the day of the week. Each nano loan strengthens the participation of financial inclusion. And increasingly, women are the one who is creating that change and making that impact in our society. Managing household, running here and there, and repaying with discipline and pride. When we empower women financially, we are not just growing an economy, we are encouraging a nation and strengthening a nation which we need at this time of hour. Pakistan microfinance sector has played a very impactful role in the last few years. We've got 128 million active borrowers, which is half of the Pakistan population. And the pride is that out of which 40% are women borrowers. We have a portfolio size of roughly around 700 billion and approximately 900 billion of depositor, which has actually taken Pakistan to another level. And that's what Munir Kamalsa was referring, where the microfinance has stepped up and increased the capacity of the microfinance back to the borrowers where the commercial banks have not stepped in. And how we can improve this further is this, that microfinance needs to blend with other products. That's where we're going to have scale, reliability, and sustainability going forward. And that's what we discussed by different speakers, how we can embed that in terms of savings, credit policies, to make it a more sustainable progress. At Mobiling Bank, we disperse 150,000 loans a day through digital means. That's a scale a digital adoption can take place and a technology that can be adopted, which is digital, easy, and right away. That is something which a woman can use for emergency purpose to go take his or her child to any doctor, or any farmer who wants to plant a seed at an emergency does not have the money and still can have the pride and dignity with that respect. This is something what we aim at Mobiling Bank, from a street vendor who wants to replenish his stall before the sunrise. And this is something which microfinance has taken to another level in terms of nano lending. And digitization is a way forward when we talk about different costs, why the cost of business is high, why the interest rates are high, why the microfinance businesses doing business is higher than the commercial banks. It's the scale that we want to grow through digitization. By adopting digitization, that's the only way we can bring the cost down and the inflation, whatever elements that are bringing in for higher loans can be scaled down. But every innovation comes with responsibility. Our indebtedness and reliance on data does not mean that profit without protection is not exploitation. That's what we have to look at. So whatever the data that is being used to provide loans or deposits to our customer, it's important how we look after in terms of the privacy and also on a cyber security purpose, where we see how regulators, State Bank of Pakistan and SCP helping us in guarding the rails of making a more sustainable. This is not a constraint, it's also helping us moving ahead, how we can take this forward. The renaissance of microfinance that has been discussed a lot, that can be built through partnerships in which the banks and the microfinance will bring governance, fintech will bring innovation, and telcos will reach out. That's the way forward we can take this in future. A small nano loan can keep the shop open, a school and child, and the family's dignity intact. That's a real face of inclusion. If we get policy, partnerships, design, strategy right, we can uplift the communities and we can become a more stronger, inclusive economy. As I often say, when financial inclusion reaches the bottom of the pyramid, hope rises to the top. And I would like to end by saying, by Dr. Muhammad Yunus, what he says, that investment in microfinance is not an opportunity, it's investment in human capital. Thank you so much.
Thank you, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our next keynote address, may I now request the CEO of Pakistan Stock Exchange, Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗶𝗀𝗀, to please join us up on stage.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, thank you, Pakistan Microfinance Network, UNIDO, PAIDAR, for organizing this event and inviting me to speak here. Thank you, Amir Sahab, Chairman of the network, and the CEO, Kidhar hai Mohsin Sahab. Thank you very much, Mohsin Sahab, for the invite. कमिश्नर साहब के साथ सुबह भी हम साथ थे, ज़ीशान खटक साहब, and we were together launching the week of investor awareness. This is an ISCO initiative which is done annually, and we are trying to attract investors to the capital market. I thought it was an opportune time to reflect on the PSX itself and our own journey in terms of attracting both issuers, investors, and just getting our own house in order. Because the capital market really, what it's supposed to do is to attract both issuers and investors and really bridge that gap. And I see a gap here as well at the network. If you're looking to raise capital, whether it's debt or equity, I think the capital market journey should be a very easy one for you. And that is the objective with which we've literally reopened everything we do at the PSX. So it's a tweak, a major tweak that we are making at the PSX on how we will get more investors, more issuers to the capital market. I'll start very quickly with just one subject, which I think remains at the center of what we are doing at the PSX, which is market development. Think about it. I was in Sri Lanka, 5 or 6 months ago. There was a regional conference, a number of regional players were in town. We met the Bangladesh exchange for the first time in Sri Lanka, in fact, not in Bangladesh. And we realized our issues are fairly common because everybody has, for example, a GEM board. We also have a GEM board. It's a growth emerging market board. It's something we reflected on when I was at the commission now 6 years ago. So time has flown. Thank you for keeping me young. I can see some element of black hair on that tasveer. Please keep it with you. Save it. But so we reflected on the need for the PSX to take some shape or form to attract people who want to raise debt or equity. So what we're doing is we're looking at everything. We've got, for example, I know 𝗏𝗏 Foundation should have been, actually there should be an award called 𝗏𝗏 Foundation Award. So they remain here on stage because they came like 20 times to catch their award. But 𝗏𝗏 is one of the aspirants that use the PSX because the gender bond is listed there. Then there's Parvaz Financial, again a Karandas entity that is also listed. So these are all privately placed instruments. But then there's K Electric, which raised 3 billion rupees worth of debt. And they've done a retail sukuk, which we are very excited about. So, they have about 4 million customers. And that's the engagement. We want to engage with people that bring these numbers to the PSX. So you've got a retail instrument, which is a retail sukuk under K Electric. So that can get, or your interest element can get deducted from your electricity bill every time you get it. I know no better way of getting awareness up and running on the Sukuk journey at PSX. I don't know how many of you are aware, but at the exchange, we now have 3.5 trillion rupees worth of government ijara sukuk listed on the exchange. So 3.5 trillion rupees worth. And the flow keeps coming. I mean, every month we have 2 or 3 auctions coming from the ministry issuing debt on the PSX. So it's transparent, it's out there, the auction results, same day, it's really a touch of a button. So they're very happy with it. But let me just focus very quickly on the issues we are facing. So when I say investor count, I don't know how many of you are aware, but the investor count at the PSX is 430,000 people. But don't be dismayed, it's not that bad a number if I reflect on the fact that from January to June, we added 65,000 UINs. You call them unique identification numbers, which means 5,000 or 6,000 average monthly. But if you look at the data in August, September, July, August, September, then the average goes from 10,000 to now, latest number is 12. So we have clearly upped the ante on how we are adding investors. A majority, I need to remind you, is obviously the bulge of the population, which is 65% under the age of 30. And a majority are online. Everything, touch of a button, anyway, at PSX, and then our periphery, which is CDC and NCCPL. So the objective is now to make PSX a household brand. Now, how do you do that? So in the morning today, we had a bunch of universities and college students at the PSX, maybe about 20 or 30 odd. I'd failed in my first attempt. I got university students over to participate in it was a financial literacy week, which the Governor's State Bank was inaugurating at the PSX. This was in March. No, it was in May. And we'd invited 10 students from 3 universities. The event was supposed to start at 9:15 and finish at 10. The students reached at 10:10. So there was no presence of the students which I harped about. Today, we had 30 odd students because they were participating in a gamification plan which we launched at the exchange, a battle of the bulls. We launched this 3 months ago, and we got university students, in fact, anybody from any city in Pakistan to participate. And then we used an influencer, 𝗵𝗲, who now works for an AMC. I think she's doing a brilliant job educating people on the capital markets and the journey here. Investments and savings, I think, is a topic that needs constant refresher. And we're engaging with students on that accord. So we used her as an influencer. We got 5,600 people applying. And we are very happy. I mean, today we gave them awards. We asked them about their journey. This is also part and parcel. I think PSX suffers also from a very bad image. And that image is that 7 people in total participate in the PSX rally, which is not true. There are 430,000 people, I can guarantee you that. And the Pakistan market's capitalization is up from what, $30 billion to now more than 66 or 67 odd billion dollars. Still quite far away from our heydays of 100 odd billion dollars, which should be the immediate aim. But so the only way possible for us to up the ecosystem is to involve players like you. And for having said that, in the morning, the bulge of the population, which is the student community, to actually involve them, you need to do things like gamification strategies to keep them interested. So I'm enthused, I'm very positive. I think this journey is working. I'm hoping that in a couple of years from now. So my objective is, and I've done this looking at Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. It's sad, but we're comparing ourselves to those countries. 20 years ago, that was not true. We were only compared to India. But today, we do compare ourselves to Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Education levels, I'm sorry, in Sri Lanka are 95%. Our issue, because it's literacy, you need to probably solve by direct intervention. So in our journey very early, we are signing MOUs with universities and colleges. And in meetings like these, I'll have one or two people stand up and go, "Sir, you're starting too late. The savings and investment journey needs to begin in school, maybe 8th or 9th standard." So I'm very happy to report that one of the winners today in our competition was a 15-year-old. And you should have heard his pitch today. When we asked him what he bought, why he bought, he talked about the India-Pakistan TIF, he talked about a market coming off, he'd used that as an opportunity to compile. He looked like somebody who's already on a long-term investment journey. So it's all very pleasing to see. So all I'm trying to tell you is that the ecosystem has an issue, and this direct engagement, I think, will help bring the ecosystem to where it really needs to be, and hopefully the capital market. Also, front and center of what we do at the exchange, ESG. There is no conversation on any table minus sustainability or the talk of sustainability. So if you're looking at, for example, an export angle, and as a gatekeeper for the listed entities, we have a product which is Refinitiv. It's a joint product with the London Stock Exchange, and you can contribute your ESG journey onto Refinitiv. The sad part is only 20-odd companies have, up till now, really showed their ESG journey. But then the flip side is, I was part of a jury for OSCCI. They were awarding companies on ESG. And if you noticed, it was the SMEs or the smaller size companies who actually understood the ESG journey a lot better than companies which were larger and you thought would do well. And the reason I think is top management has probably just delayed this forever and said, okay, you guys deal with it. Here's a questionnaire, fill it up. Whatever you don't know, just put NA on it and that's it. Well, that NA is giving you 0 points. And that means you will really not qualify for the award. So I think the seriousness with which people need to look at ESG is going to come with something called mandatory disclosure. And there's one element which is mandatory, which is diversity. So the male-female pay gap is now, for listed concerns, is a compulsory requirement. You need to report it either online or in your accounts. And I'm happy to report 85–90% have already reported. Whatever few people need to report are the ones that have not yet announced results. Even for the network here, I was just thinking this prior to coming over. So 𝗏𝗏 Foundation I mentioned, Parvaz I mentioned, K Electric I mentioned, and there's a Mudarba doing a Burj clean energy sukuk as well. And then we're looking at jurisdictions around the world, whether it's Brazil, whether it's Mexico, whether it's Indonesia. You get brilliant examples of companies that have used the capital markets to advance this journey of using capital for sustainability or for their microfinance initiatives. So I thought I'd highlight that we are doing whatever is required. So whether it's PO regulations, which is public offer regulations, we've just toned them down. That's one. Costs. So when we had Parvaz, and I think that was 𝗵𝗲 that brought it to the PSX, we had a long sort of session with them, asking them what the problem areas are. So the real objective, what I'm talking about is, we're sitting with people and we're understanding what the issue is around the ecosystem, so we can just better it for you and for you to raise capital or use the capital market for your investment needs and journey. Governance remains obviously a key issue that we are looking at. I don't know if people have noticed, but even when you have all the governance parameters in place, you can have a listed company announce results which are actually incorrect. So it's unfortunate, but that happens. It happens once in a while, but it has. You've had a company announce a result. You have to really think this through. How did the board audit committee, the CEO himself, the CFO, everybody miss it? It was just a share count which was kind of half because they'd announced a right issue a few months ago that was not accounted for in their earnings. But just very quick thought that came to mind while I'm talking about governance at PSX. With that, I do want to add, thank you again. I think these are great initiatives to motivate people on their journey. And it's not really about reimagining microfinance, it's also about building financial inclusion for the next generation. So I'm hopeful that we'll use this moment to sort of build bridges, especially with the PSX. Our doors are open. I keep repeating to our our apex regulator, this journey we cannot really do on our own alone. So everybody in the ecosystem, whether you're a bank or a broker or an asset manager, has to combine together and then bring this ecosystem up to where it really belongs. Thank you very much again, and I'm really thankful for you to give me the time. Take care.
Thank you, Farooq Saab. This was definitely an insightful look at our capital markets and how they reflect the confidence and the rhythm of the wider economy. And I think the biggest takeaway for me is a 15-year-old being actually interested in the markets. I think on a lighter note, there will be no cutting down on the screen time because you've given him more incentive to now be hooked on to the movements of the stock exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a timely reminder that, of course, inclusion and access remain to be the real engines of growth. And that is why there is so much potential, not just in this room, but over the next 2 days of having these very pivotal conversations and dialogues. And exactly this is the next perspective that comes in through our next keynote speaker on how global capital and grassroots enterprise can converge to create a lasting impact. Ladies and gentlemen, the IFC has been at the forefront of that bridge, turning financial inclusion into sustainable transformation. So therefore, please join me in welcoming our next keynote speaker, Ms. 𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the Regional Industry Head at the IFC Financial Institutions Group, Middle East and Central Asia.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really pleased to be here. I consider PMN and many of the participants here as my family in microfinance in Pakistan. We started our careers around the same time. I was involved with the drafting of the ordinance in 2001. I have learned a lot, forgotten and relearned a lot about microfinance. We've been investors in this space. And just as way of background, I have led the work globally on financial inclusion at IFC. And IFC is the private sector arm of the World Bank Group, where we have invested over $15 billion in SME finance and over $6 billion in microfinance. So I've had the privilege over the last 25 years of my career of sitting in many rooms, including like drafting, policy work for the G20 on responsible finance and digital finance, managing a lot of the global relationships that we've got with microfinance players, banks, fintech players like Alibaba, PayPal, MasterCard, etc. And it's been really interesting investing, being on boards of MSME funds where I've sat for 12 years, as well as investing and working in over like 150 markets on microfinance and MSME. So I may not know a lot, but I've seen quite a lot, like looking around the world, working in these markets. And I think one or two of the things that I've learned is that the space, like any other space, is not static. We're at the point where we are rethinking the future of finance, not just microfinance. So whether you're speaking to the CEOs of Ant or PayPal or a microfinance entity like Asha, increasingly we're speaking the same language, right? Of financial inclusion, of the need to reach people at the base of the pyramid, about how formal finance has actually failed a lot of people. And if you look at, the turbulence going on in the world these days, a lot of the political debates are also about how many people are left out of the formal system, whether politically, economically, or financially. So I think, at a time like this when we gather, and it's really laudable that just even listening to the awards, that so many 12 million people have access to finance in Pakistan. But I can't help but wonder what the future of microfinance looks like in Pakistan. I mean, I sit in these global committees and often wonder as a woman, why do men in my country have 5 times more likely to access finance than women? Why is it that 13% of women have account ownership in Pakistan, despite the huge efforts being made by regulators, policymakers, ministers of finance over several governments, as well as practitioners like yourself? Is it enough that we're able to do poverty alleviation work when poverty levels are actually rising in Pakistan? Like the latest World Bank numbers show that over almost 45% of Pakistan will be under poverty. Right? And we can argue at length about this, whether the poverty data is changing and the poverty lines are changing, but I think we would all agree that there's a lot of work to be done in this space. And as previous panelists have said, the work is not just on the credit side. It'll be increasingly on the payment side. It'll be on developing solutions that fit into the lives of clients, not product-driven pushes, right? And so if we could just put up the slide, I mean, I really wanted us to consider over the next couple of days, I'm not sure if the slides are working, but if you could consider over the next couple of days, what is the future of finance and microfinance in Pakistan? Because you as practitioners will be designing that. I teach, we've taught over 400 CEOs as part of this Boulder program, and we spend a lot of time debating this every summer. And actually, one of the BRAC and country managers in Africa now even designs his loan products using ChatGPT. For me, that was a game changer. The fact that you can now use technology, not relying on credit policies or procedures, but using ChatGPT. So clearly that has implications for, what we will be doing. So can I just check if the slides are coming up at any stage or not? Okay. So consider for a moment, and I thought this slide was funny, where you have loans and the bank manager is asking the other, any other collateral besides your gold or $1 million smile, right? And I thought that was funny and applicable to Pakistan, because here we've been patting ourselves on the back about gold-backed lending, but one has to really think about, and Dwaja Sahab was mentioning this, about soul searching, what point do we, microfinance was also invented for collateral-based financing. And if you're taking the jewelry off the backs of poor women and their rings, to what extent can we really say that that is going to be used to finance poverty or poverty alleviation? If you move on to the next slide, also here, where we faced this cycle in Pakistan before, where the borrower says, yes, I'd like an interest-free loan because I have no interest in paying it back, right? And the kind of credit culture that we build over time, where people are expected to take money and repay it. I mean, this is how finance and banking was created over many, many parts of the world. So for us to think that we're not in the credit cycle where people can just be given grants and not loans, there is a space for it. I mean, Nadine was talking earlier about Lebanon. We've just concluded packages in Lebanon where we realize that if half of the people have gone into poverty, maybe the need is for grants. Maybe they're not going to, generate income from their businesses. So part of that is, I think, the global debate that is happening in this space. And increasingly, as Pakistani practitioners, policymakers, as well as financiers, we also really need to think about that. So in my mind, if you move on to the next slide, I think there are 3 building blocks to this. One is obviously the external. We've talked about this a lot in terms of macro stability, strong regulatory support. Here also you see, right? This could be the other way that we're looking at the future of finance. On the left is gender. Very few women actually even have access to income-generating loans. And when you look at Pakistan's data relative to others, it could be a simple factor. They're in rural areas. They don't have time to go to the branches. They need people coming to them. And even in remote areas of Afghanistan, we've seen that brother-sister loan officers can go and give loans to people, right, who may not be allowed out of the house. So the social, cultural reasons also play a role in this. I think on the right-hand side, you see agri-finance, which increasingly there's a lot more scope for, and the markets are underpenetrated. So my ask actually is, when you're looking at a lot of innovation which is happening in other parts of the world, whether in Senegal or Congo or China, practitioners are thinking increasingly of the next gen product, the future of finance product, which fits into the lives of the farmer, of the woman, of the small corner shop worker, right? And how we can productively provide them effective finance that they actually need. We move on to the next slide. So what is needed? I mean, clearly macro stability, strong regulatory support, you've got that. There's strengthening of critical sectors like agriculture, and clearly there's a lot of work which has been done on the policy level on that. And actually, when we look at Pakistan relative to other markets, there's a very strong regulator, you know, but the concept of proportionate regulation also needs to be in place. Do microfinance banks need to be as strongly capitalized as commercial banks? Do they need to be treated the same way? How much equity needs to be put in if sponsors and private sector partners are constantly going to have to recycle and put in more equity the moment there's a COVID crisis or a flood? So, I mean, sitting on the board of a microfinance fund which invests about $700 million a year, it's been very interesting to see that finance is fungible, right? So people will go to Pakistan, but they will be equally agnostic about going to Bangladesh or China or wherever, because for them, commercial returns matter. So does the impact that we reach on the ground. And if you can't measure impact, then we're not going to make those commercial decisions about reaching MFIs. So I think that's something that we really need to think about. The second aspect is the internal aspect, which is governance. You know, we've had people on boards in Pakistani microfinance banks. We've also played a big role, I think, you know, through the corporate governance training that we've done locally. But it often makes me think that if you have a board of a bank which all graduated from the same class in 1961, how much will they understand of, you know, the future of finance, or when we're talking about digital banking at the board, how much do you expect? So diversity counts. You know, and it's not just gender diversity, it's diversity of experience, of being able to really participate, right, in thoughtful future making. And so I think we're going to have to pay a lot of attention on that. And then the third aspect of this is data, technology, and AI. And I have to admit, I'm a bit spoiled by that because, I mean, I've spent 5 years working on China where you can get loans within 2 minutes. So it's called the 200 model, where it takes like 210 model, where it takes 2 minutes to look at all your credit criteria, 1 minute to actually assess it, and 0 seconds to disperse. So that kind of model exists. So why should we not have access to that kind of data, which will allow us to make those decisions? And one of the persistent issues with microfinance has been the cost. Many speakers talked about the very high interest rates. And, you know, why should people give over 50, 100% interest rates, right? Especially to a poor person who's taking on like a $20 or $100 loan. Actually, there's a social aspect to this and responsible finance aspect that we must embed in our own practices. And it's not just enough to say that the central bank wants it or the regulator wants it. We ourselves need to be aware that most of the people that we're lending to are not financially literate. They're at the base of the pyramid, and they're the most vulnerable to shocks in the system. So how much do you want to give somebody who is over-indebted and may not be able to pay back? So there's a commercial aspect to this, but there's also a moral aspect in terms of the responsible, sustainable practices that we want to do. And, you know, I mean, 𝗏𝗏 mentioned Cambodia, Kenya. I've been at the face of, like, the Bloomberg reporters when they've met thousands of clients on the ground and asked, you know, why are women locking themselves away in rooms and not stepping out of their houses because they're too scared to step out because they have defaulted on their $20 microfinance loans, right? These are very real stories. And when they start counting up into the thousands, then it can really destroy commercial financing to a sector. It can actually shut down a sector. And then it provides a reputation risk at a very global level. Same thing in Kenya. I mean, it was very interesting how nano lending took off in Kenya. But if 90% of the nano loans are being used for online gambling, then that's not a good thing, right? So I think we as practitioners need to learn from these examples, right? Learn from what is right in other markets, as well as learn of what has gone wrong. And, you know, with data, technology, and the internet the way it is, we should be able to have access, right, and value as we design products, as we embed products to the market, and also as we try and bring down the cost of recovery. So just finally, in terms of what IFC is doing in this space, we've been providing, many different solutions. Increasingly, I've realized that it's not so important as to the institutional form that microfinance takes. You can do it through platforms. You can do it through commercial banks. You can do it through microfinance banks, as well as non-deposit-taking entities. I think there are three principles which really need to be at play here. Commercial sustainability, that doing good also means that you're doing well, because that attracts more private sector capital at scale. And even if the government grants may run out in this space, or EU grants may run out of this space, the private capital will still remain and will help scale up, like it has in other markets. I think the second aspect of this is building strong institutions which can withhold shocks. So that means about strong capital bases, but it also means that people are trained up at the board, at the governance level, as well as the practitioners who are the loan officers on the ground, because those are the best assets that we can do. And the third one is innovation in products. So to be able to design the products that people need, not that you want them to take. And that's a very, very big distinction, right? Like we tend to be, in finance, we tend to be very product-driven, right? And we look at our competition, so-and-so is doing gold-backed lending, let me start. And I remember when Nadeem and Tamir Bank had started that, and everybody jumped onto the bandwagon. So I think these, like in terms of products, one really needs to think through that. In terms of what IFC has done, I mean, over the years, we've lost a lot. We've also made a lot in terms of microfinance. I think some of our biggest success stories have been in India, where we invested a lot in microfinance banks, companies which became banks, and Bandhan, which was the strongest of them, now reaches out to almost 50 million people. We invested in it around the same time that we invested in 𝗵𝗵. So, in terms of scale, you can see that some of these models have really taken shape. What we're doing these days is we had a very successful partnership with the First Micro Bank, where we did a risk-sharing facility during, just after the floods. And that's provided First Microfinance Bank not only capital cover, but the ability to reach segments of the agricultural population that, need it more. So what our strategy is in Pakistan is how can we de-risk, provide capital relief to institutions so that you can reach more beneficiaries in Pakistan. That is essentially what we're trying to do. And now, finally, what we're trying to do at the market level is, similar to what ADB and others and the World Bank is doing, is to right-size this facility for about $200 million, so it will allow more access and capital relief at the sector level. I mean, it matters for me. I mean, it matters for the team who's working on it for Pakistan, because we want a resilient, sustainable commercial sector. And I'm sure I share that with many speakers who have gone before me. I think finally, I would like to just say that together with IFC, with the World Bank, we've been supporting this sector, I think, since 2002, but with mixed results. So when, and private capital is fungible. So when private investors come to Pakistan, and I sit in many conversations where they think about Pakistan, part of the persistent regulatory challenges, the macro, as well as the governance challenges, really do play a negative role in deciding whether credit comes to some of our MFIs or not. And as a Pakistani, it is not good to feel like that when you're in those rooms. So I think we really need to also think, and the PMN, I'm sure, has done this, and so have practitioners, is how could we message Pakistan? It turns me back to my first point, which is, what is our future looking like? Will we be the nano lenders, the gold-back providers of finance, where it is easier to do, but may not result in the development impact? Or do we want to be known as a commercial, resilient, scalable model, right? So when people talk about us, it's not in the same vein as some of the collapsed, crisis-ridden countries. It's really that this is where innovation is coming from. So I think this is just like a call to action for all of us who are in the microfinance space, whether as investors, academic, policymakers, etc., which is really to challenge ourselves, right, to provide responsible, inclusive services. So I'll just pause there. My team is there. They'll put their hands up. They love microfinance. They'll be here for the next hour or two, and they would happily support you in any of your efforts with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Momina, for that very insightful presentation. I think you've taken me back to Pralad's book called A Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid. There's so many practices and social behaviors that we assume to be very different just because somebody belongs to a different lifestyle or a different strata. But I think that is exactly where the dialogue and the conversations need to happen in a multi-stakeholder environment. So the global insight and the universal people behavior can be taken into account when designing this framework. Ladies and gentlemen, very recently, we've had so many things make to the headlines. And while Momina was talking about how a nano loan could be misused into perhaps betting or gambling it away, you know, recently we've had this crackdown where a number of betting apps are in the focus and people are finding out what's happening. The key question that comes to my mind is a lot of these transactions are happening online. Like maybe the gambling and the betting that happens in the neighborhoods, there's actual cash involved. But when you've taken it online, there is a payment gateway, which we wanted to put in place primarily so that things could be formalized. So there's still gaps and there's still lacunas, and perhaps the best person to address that and to pave the way forward would be our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Director, AC and FID at the State Bank of Pakistan, Mr. 𝗶𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, for his keynote address.
Thank you. So, I understand that it's now getting quite late, even from the Karachi's perspective, so I'll try to be brief and quick. So, Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗿, Commissioner SCCP, Farooq Sabzwari Saab, CEO of Pakistan Stock Exchange, Momina Ijazuddin, Head IFC, and Amir Khan Saab, Karachi, Chairman PMN, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So it's truly an honor to be here with you today at the 9th Annual Microfinance Conference. I commend the Pakistan Microfinance Network for convening this important forum, which brings together policymakers, regulators, practitioners, and thought leaders. Such gatherings give us an opportunity to share insights, learn best practices, and chart the way forward for a vibrant and sustainable microfinance industry in Pakistan. I think Ms. Momina has already given you enough food for thought but this theme of this year's conference, Renaissance of Microfinance, is both timely and forward-looking. It calls upon us to reimagine the sector in light of new opportunities as well as emerging risks. Recent years have tested the resilience of our microfinance institutions from the economic repercussions of COVID-19 and then the floods of 2022. So these shocks have highlighted the urgency of strengthening institutions, diversifying products, and embedding innovation and technology into the very fabric of microfinance delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, microfinance in Pakistan traces its roots to the 1980s when it began as a social mission to empower marginalized communities, especially women, and to alleviate poverty through group-based lending. Over the decades, it has evolved into a nationwide industry of significant scale and commercial viability. So I'm glad to share that as of June 2025, the industry's footprint is significant, Ms. Mona was asking, like, what is the future of microfinance? I think the progress over the last 25 years itself will give confidence that what is going to be the future of microfinance. So there are now like 11 microfinance banks, one MFB recently transformed into a digital bank, wholesale lender, Pakistan Microfinance Investment Company, over 25 non-banking microfinance companies and rural support programs regulated by the SECP, operating through more than 4,000 branches across 139 districts and a well-capacitated industry association, Pakistan Microfinance Network. So collectively, the microfinance banks and the microfinance, non-bank microfinance companies now serve over 12 million active borrowers with a gross loan portfolio of over rupees 685 billion. So that it should, itself should give some confidence. The sector is undeniable heart of financial inclusion in Pakistan. While its assets 2.2% and loan portfolio 4.2% are a small fraction of commercial banks, its reach is immense. The microfinance sector accounts for approximately 62% of all borrowers in the financial sector. Its role in mobilizing savings is equally profound, serving approximately 127 million savers, driven largely by the emergence of digital channels. This outreach underscores the sector's critical role in economic empowerment, poverty alleviation, and resilience. It caters to those at the bottom of the pyramid, serving 3 times more female borrowers, 5 times more borrowers in agriculture and livestock, and about twice as many MSMEs as the commercial banking sector. Women remain central to this mission, accounting for 45% of all borrowers and 34% of the loan portfolio. So now this sector is confronting structural challenges. The sector has grown significantly over the past decade, leveraging both deposits and funding from the broader financial sector for the origination of loans. Despite this growth, significant challenges remain. The sector serves less than a quarter of its potential market of over 40 million and lags behind peer economies like India, Bangladesh, and Philippines. Pakistan's microfinance sector, as sized by the outstanding loan portfolio, is just 5% of the size of India's, 20% of Bangladesh, and 33% of the Philippines. So you can imagine, how much scope that this industry has. A series of shocks, for instance, just like locust attack or the floods, have exposed these structural weaknesses. The average cost of lending is over 45%, driven by high operational costs and low digitization, making microfinance less affordable. High lending costs have meant that affordability of microfinance has remained a significant challenge for borrowers from the sectors. For non-banking microfinance companies, the lack of deposit mobilization creates liquidity vulnerabilities and stifle growth. So, ladies and gentlemen, so what is the path to renaissance? A true renaissance requires us to address the structural challenges head-on. At the State Bank of Pakistan, we are taking decisive actions. Amendments to the Microfinance Institutions Ordinance are underway to create a more enabling environment. You must be aware that we have comprehensively revised the prudential regulations, moving to a principle-based framework rather than rule-based. So we abolished restrictive conditions introduced a new agriculture and livestock loan category and enhanced lending limits to rupees 5 million for key sectors. So these reforms mark a major step toward strengthening and broadening the sector's outreach. We understand that apart from creating an enabling environment, the microfinance industry also expects the regulators to hold their hands in times of distress. So recent floods, just after 3 years after the 2022 devastating floods, have made the industry once again look towards us. We can assure you that the government as well as the regulators are also wary of the situation and still stood by the industry in facing this kind of challenge. So nevertheless, the long-term solution to the climate change challenges is climate resilient and inclusive finance. I'm glad that one of the themes of this conference is actually disaster resilience. So a landmark initiative in this regard by the Government of Pakistan and the State Bank of Pakistan is the Resilient and Accessible Microfinance Project, so supported by the World Bank. So under this program, Government of Pakistan has established a dedicated climate risk fund to strengthen the resilience of both microfinance providers and their clients against climate-induced shocks. This fund will provide tailored liquidity facilities to around 2 million potential borrowers, particularly women, youth, and rural households. Moreover, we must unlock power of blended finance as well as to meet the needs of the industry. By using guarantees and first loss capital, we can de-risk lending and mobilize private capital to reach excluded segments, catalyzing innovation in digital and green finance. In this regard, another milestone is the Women Inclusive Finance Sector Development Program, supported by the Asian Development Bank. You have heard it from Andrew McCartney earlier. So this initiative promotes gender-inclusive economic growth by improving women's access to finance and enhancing their participation in the formal economy. Under WIFSDP, which is the Women Inclusive Finance Sector Development Program, SBP disbursed $50 million earlier as a financial intermediary loan as a credit line facilities to 15 financial institutions, benefiting nearly close to like 200,000 women. Building on this success, the second iteration of this WIF program launched in June 2025 with another $50 million facility. We are going to introduce a women microfinance credit guarantee facility of $30 million alongside a $20 million top-up of the existing CLF, which we have already done. So together, these initiatives are expanding women's financial inclusion and embedding gender equity within Pakistan's financial sector. So agriculture, as you know, which is the backbone of our economy, and microfinance is its lifeline, serving 55% of all agriculture borrowers. However, since 2019, there has been a 44% decline in the number of borrowers of the microfinance players. This is alarming. This risk aversion post-COVID and the floods is concerning when farmers need support the most. To reverse this trend, the Government of Pakistan has launched a risk coverage scheme for agriculture financing, offering a 10% first loss coverage and an incentive of rupees 10,000 per borrower to encourage fresh lending. We have already announced that, and banks are doing such lending. However, reversing the declining trend of agri-borrowers requires collective and decisive action. The future of agriculture microfinance lies in stronger partnership among banks, MFIs, and value chain players, coupled with digital tools to cut costs and speed up financing. We must design products that go beyond credit, integrating insurance, savings, and advisory services to shield farmers from climate and market shocks, while strengthening institutions through sound risk management, capacity building, and long-term funding. Ladies and gentlemen, so microfinance began with a social mission to empower the excluded and provide financial services to those left outside traditional finance. Its success lies not in loan volumes or profits only, but in genuine inclusion, household resilience, and improved livelihoods. Over time, however, some MFPs have drifted from their original mission. Many institutions lean towards safer urban clients instead of rural poor, women, and small borrowers. So commercial pressures and portfolio stress risk shifting focus from social responsibility to financial returns. This is where regulators and policymakers, I think they must intervene. So by shaping incentives, safeguards, and supervisory frameworks, we can ensure that microfinance remains anchored to its core mission. Global experience proves that when institutions balance prudent risk management with outreach to the most vulnerable, they generate sustainable financial returns alongside meaningful social impact. So, ladies and gentlemen, the renaissance of microfinance demands courage, innovation, and discipline. Rising outreach alongside escalating stress is both a caution and call to an action. The State Bank of Pakistan is committed to collaborating with you to build a resilient, inclusive, and mission-driven ecosystem. I look forward to the discussions that will, inshallah, chart the pathway for a stronger future. So thank you all for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Abid Saab. It's never easy being the last speaker before dinner is served, but you did a fantastic job. And I'm sure the content itself was very engaging. We have a house full already. Ladies and gentlemen, with these keynote speeches, our day one, the inaugural session to this conference is now coming to a close. But we now know that the next 2 days we'll have a wonderful series of dialogues, plenaries, speakers, and a whole lot of themes to discuss. But before we close, may I once again take this opportunity to invite Mr. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 Khan, the chairman of Pakistan Microfinance Network, to please join us up on stage and give away a series of mementos to our honorable keynote speakers. May I request Mr. 𝗬𝗲𝗲 Saab to please be here. First up, ladies and gentlemen, may I request the President and CEO of Mobilink Microfinance Bank, Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, to please accept this memento. May I now request Mr. 𝗏𝗏 𝗏𝗏, the CEO of Pakistan Stock Exchange, to please accept this. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. 𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲 from the IFC. May I request you to please accept this memento? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. 𝗶𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the Director, AC and FID at the State Bank of Pakistan. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may we request Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the Commissioner of SECP, to please accept this memento, sir. Thank you, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sahab. Thank you, Aamer sahab, for giving away these set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for everyone who was a part of this inaugural session and day one of the Pakistan Microfinance Network's annual Microfinance Conference. This has been a great start to the next 2 days. May I now request you all to please join us up for dinner. But I must let you know that we are going to reconvene for day 2 tomorrow at 9 a.m. at this very venue. Please have a great stay in Karachi for those of you who have come from outside and enjoy your dinner. Thank you.